One, two, three. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we can talk. Test. One, two, three. Yeah. Okay. Should we start? Yeah. Okay. So hi. We know that the public presentation are very stressful. So to make it even worse for me, I will do everything live in the application. Okay. Yeah. So we have a total basic multi-sig DAO with one council member, which is me. So it is a dictatorship. And we're gonna upgrade this DAO to use the NFT voting plugin. We have in here also a basic Sol wallet and DevNet Mango, which we'll use later in the presentation. Okay, so to start, we need to go to the new proposals. It's more advanced, like instruction creator. It will get some better UI later, I think. So we're gonna. configure our DAO to use plugin. And to do that, we need to pass 4 instructions. So there will be a create NFT plugin registrat. It will create an instance inside the plugin of your DAO. We can say that. We need to have create NFT plugin max voter weight. So if it would have some nice UI, we would do it underneath for you. You would not need to input those instructions in there. It will be only seen in the proposal. And we need to configure NFT plugin collection. Everywhere we select the governance, which is the realm authority. Okay, so to use NFTs in a DAO to vote, we need to have to use a new Metaplex standard with the collection metadata. So if you have some old NFTs and you want to upgrade it to use new standard, you need to go to the collection.metaplex.com. And in here you need to upgrade your NFTs if you have upgrade authority over them. In my case, I minted some Batmans in there, so there are 22 items in here. This is a DevNet collection. And we have this collection size field, which is fixed now because we need to wait when the Solana have resizable accounts, so it will be gone normally. So my collection size is 22. We have the collection weight. We can say it is multiple of votes. So if you have one NFT and you want to have 2 votes per one NFT, you would input in here 2. But in our case, we will have 1 vote per one NFT. And we need to have a collection public key, which you can get, of course, in here on the collectionmetaplex.com. So we're gonna paste it. Okay, so everything looks good, and the last very important instruction is to set realm config. So min community tokens to create a governance. So to create, for example, Solana wallet inside your DAO, you need to create a governance underneath. So to not block the DAO after we will upgrade the DAO to use a plugin, we can input something like 1 NFT, because we are thinking in NFTs now, not in the tokens. Okay, so, and we need our add-in instance. We have some predefined one program deployed. You can use your own instance if you have one, if you deploy it. Okay, and we don't remove a console now because we're gonna leave it for now. I will go to the params to say something about the console. Okay, so we're gonna add proposal. Okay, and we have our instructions in here. Can you read everything? So why I am not getting rid of the council votes? Because the very important thing, because before we switch to use any plugin, is to check the governances in here. Because if we get rid of the council token and we're gonna leave 1 million tokens to create a proposal in here, and for example, it would be some treasury account, it will be blocked forever. So we need to remember to check everything before we switch our DAO to use any plugins, or when we do any like configuration changes. So we're gonna vote on that. Okay. Okay, and we can execute everything right now. So after executing everything, it will just switch the DAO, but also we can divide the configuration to 2 proposals, and we can configure collection and those two instructions that are creating our instance in the plugin. We can put it in one proposal, we can execute everything, and the actual switch will be when we will execute the realm config instruction. So we can delay the switching of the DAO by doing that, but in our case we will just execute everything. Okay, and we can refresh our page. Okay, so we have our DAO is using NFTs now to vote. So we're gonna connect our wallet. So we have 22 NFTs that I have in my wallet. It is a whole collection. And the one thing we need to do when we are the first time in the DAO, we need to click the join button. So you need only to do it once. Okay, and for example, as an NFT DAO, we can send NFTs to our DAO. So I'm gonna do that. There are like multiple ways in Realms to send NFT or tokens inside. We can deposit them straight from the wallet. So I have one here. But also, the one thing you can do is to send any token or NFT straight to the Sol wallet, and it will create everything for you underneath. Okay, so we're gonna do it. So the one thing with the NFT is that is pretty cool that when you have a community DAO, that mostly the community DAOs have like 1 billion tokens in there, and you need a lot of money to buy tokens and to vote and have some have a big impact in your DAO. But in NFTs, there's like 10,000 of them in supply of the mint, or 20K. The vote thresholds are much lower, so it is like 4K of NFTs to vote on something. And even with one NFT, you can see the difference. And it is pretty cheap in that, even if the single NFT is pretty expensive. Okay, so we have our NFT in here, and of course we can send it back to wallet from our DAO. It will make a proposal, because everything we do in DAO need a proposal. It's okay. Okay, so one thing we notice when we do work with the NFTs that the NFTs transactions are pretty big, and they are hitting the limits everywhere. So what we did in here, we made an instruction processor that sort everything in a good order. And also we have block-based timeouts instead of the time period timeouts. So according to secret Solana documentation, when you sign the transaction, from that time, the validators have only 152 blocks to process the transaction. And if that validator doesn't confirm the transaction by that block time, it will never reach blockchain, because in the Solana we have a timeouts that are, and the transactions never reach it. Okay, so we're gonna execute this. Because normally in most projects the timeouts are time period based, like 60 seconds, and And in that case, you are not sure if the transaction reached the blockchain or not. So with that approach, which we have, we can do retries in our transactions. Okay, so it should be back in my wallet now. Okay, so it is there. I think it is the one NFT. It's completed. Okay. Okay, so now we're gonna do some trading with our assets from the DAO on the Mango platform. It is I think it is pretty cool to show that. So this thing can do, any DAO can do this thing. It is not related much to the NFTs DAO. You can do it with the multi-sig or something. So we're gonna invest our DevNet MNGOs, and we're gonna create a Mango account with the delegate address, which the delegate will be my wallet. Okay. So the one thing with the delegates inside the Mango platform is that they can't withdraw the assets. So you can safely delegate to someone your assets, and the only thing they can do is trade it to zero. So if he is bad trader, he will maybe lose it, but there is no like profit in that for him. So we're gonna create a Mango account, and we're gonna send 10 MNGOs from our DAO to Mango. Okay. Okay, so there's 10 MNGOs. We create account and we delegate it to our wallet. Okay, we need to execute everything. So mostly, in most cases, those proposals are getting last for 3 days. But in our case, because I own every NFT and the basic setting of the DAO allows that the voting will end when there is no mathematical possibility of outvoting me. So the proposals are ending right away, but you can also change the vote tipping in here, vote tipping for governance, sorry. It is in governance, so this is the vote tipping. You can have strict, early, or disabled. So if it is disabled, as I remember, it will last 3 days. Okay, so now we're gonna go to the Mango platform. Okay, so I will maybe hit the refresh. And we're gonna connect with our wallet. And I have plenty of accounts in here on the DevNet, so we're gonna check our investments. So it is C4 account. Okay, and I am the delegate of the C4. I can't withdraw the assets, but we're gonna trade it for the USDC. So we're gonna buy assets for our DAO. In that case, we can have a USDC and buy, for example, Serum for our DAO. Okay, so we're gonna sell the MNGO. Okay. Okay, so now we have the USDC in here. We're gonna check. Okay. Now we can refresh the page. Okay, there's like no investments in here. We're gonna copy the address of our Sol wallet because we can send any token in there, and we have our USDC in here. Okay, one. Okay. And of course, on the withdraw, we also need to vote because it is a DAO. doing it. So yes. I will maybe settle all also on the platform. Okay, and we can execute everything in here. So normally on mainnet, this would look like MNGO and USDC. Okay, so yeah, now we have, we send it to the Sol wallet, so there is a new token account with our USDC, and there is a one USDC, so yeah. Does anybody have any questions maybe?
On?
Hey, thanks.
Yeah.
Did you look into voting with more than, let's say, 10 or 20 NFTs?
Yes, we can process like unlimited amounts of NFTs because we have this transaction processor. So we can put 10 NFTs in one transaction, and we can play it in parallel or sequence, and we give ability to retry, and we have the timeouts. So yeah, there is like unlimited NFTs. It would be like in case when you have 100 NFTs, it will be 10 transactions, but you can do that. You can vote with any amount. Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, really nice what you presented. What do you think are the next steps of the NFT sphere, and what is going to be asked for votes? I'm assuming it's going to also be something with attributes too. Do you think that's something that potentially you're going to put into consideration for weight?
Yeah, I hope this will be the good answer to that, but I think the NFTs are a good way to show that you are in DAO. So it is better way than to have the community tokens, for example, because you can even put a picture in the Twitter profile, and everyone see that you are a part of this DAO. You don't do that with the tokens. You don't send your wallet to someone to show that you have like 1 billion mangoes or something. So we can think that the NFT and DAO will be like more of a social club, and yeah, so it is better in my opinion than to have the community tokens in there. Yeah.
For the creation of proposals or voting, would any of the costs be able to be fronted by essentially the Treasury Sol wallet rather than the users, especially when you're going into like larger 10, 20K collections? So instead of your user base paying, it's a relatively minor Sol fee.
You can pay from the Sol of the DAO, yeah. Perfect. Sol Treasury for the transactions, yes. This is like okay. So when we create a proposal, we can. We did that actually, but I don't remember. I did that in the code. So we create the accounts in there. Probably this is maybe Sebastian remember how we did that.
Yeah, I can help. Yeah, so essentially the DAO, what we call the DAO wallet, behaves like any other wallet, right? So there's no difference between the DAO wallet and your Phantom wallet. And whatever you can do with Phantom, you can do with the DAO wallet. Just the only difference is that anything that you do with our wallet has to be approved by the governance rules, right? Other than that, it's just the same things, which means that you can create a proposal and the DAO wallet can be the payer on those transactions.
Yeah, actually we did that with the Manga account because there is like 0.03 Sol to create a Manga account. So there is a Sol wallet another Sol wallet created underneath that we take the fee from the proposal creator, and it is transferred to that Sol wallet, and we then pass it to pay for the creation of the Mango account. No. Only the one who creates the proposal. But it is very cheap.
Yeah, the question was, could we have it so that all of those transactional costs are from the central DAO wallet?
From the central DAO, yeah. All votes don't cost. Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay, then it's a different question.
Yeah.
No. No, because somebody has to approve that, right? And
Yeah.
But what's possible is to reimburse after a vote, right? And that probably is also the what we want to have to discuss about how to reward DAO members for participation, and because all the vote records are stored on chain, so we know exactly who voted and what was the voting weight, and we know how much they spent, and that after the fact we can reimburse based on that. Yes.
Okay, so thanks. Any questions, maybe? Okay.
It's kind of adjacent, but I remember reading a white paper about sort of a wrapping protocol that allowed transactions to be paid in a token rather than Solana itself. So you can,
It might switch underneath.
Yeah, so you could switch. So at some point, would it be possible to do that on realms where you're paying in your DAO's governance token?
Yeah, I think so. We can trade it on Mango, so we can integrate it.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. So, good. Okay, so thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is MonkeyDAO. Just give me a minute to set up the presentation, and don't go. No. You stay all here. You stay all here.
Hi. Hopefully this is good for audio. Yes? All right, perfect. So hello, I'm Nam. I'm from the MonkeyDAO. I'm one of the current board members and co-founders. You've probably also seen one of my other board members, Mac, who has been hard at work this entire time on our laptop. And this is Leslie, one of our developer monkeys, who I'm very happy to have help show as a part of this presentation for what she's working on. Just going to go over quickly what MonkeyDAO is for anyone who isn't aware of it, as well as to talk about the good things that we're doing inside of the ecosystem, and then we're going to do a little bit more of a demonstration on something that we think is going to help improve the Solana ecosystem, and especially for DAOs as a whole. So MonkeyDAO is essentially a community based around the Solana Monkey Business NFT. It's a collection of 5,000 that came out in August of 2021. And we realistically just wanted to focus on multiple different community activations and awareness opportunities. So taking all of the standard NFT collections, you know, focusing on marketing, merchandise, community activations in terms of news or public-facing media, and really just try to bring that to Solana for what we saw in DAOs on other ecosystems. So we were one of the first NFT DAOs, and I think we're one of the more successful ones. But we really want to focus on being a collection of, you know, developers and artists and project builders rather than people who are kind of just engaging in, let's call them market neutral activities that aren't necessarily giving back to the ecosystem. We really wanted to have our identity as people who are actively helping and building. Hopefully the merch on people that you're seeing in the audience shows that, and we're very proud of everyone that we have as a part of our community. So what we're doing right now is we're essentially working on running events across multiple continents. So we're trying to have 4 or 5 continents worth of events for representing our Monkey members by the end of the year. We're working through our multiple different podcasts, newsletters, you know, interviewing processes to highlight what monkeys are doing inside of the ecosystem, as well as, you know, working through running a venture capital firm called Monkey Ventures, which is investing into projects inside of the Solana ecosystem that any member is allowed to be a part of. And then we also provide, you know, a lot of gaming events and organizational activities along with our alpha minters, which is the standard, I think, DAO operations inside of Solana right now. On top of that, what we really want to focus on is being value additive to the ecosystem. A lot of NFT projects especially, and a lot of DAOs are relatively top level. They sit on top of the ecosystem and use a lot of tools, but they don't necessarily give back or improve anything that's going on. Some of them are even value extractive, where they just take money or people out of the ecosystem, and that's not in our mindset. I don't think that's positive or contributes to the long-term health of Solana. So we really focus on things like running the first NFT validator to directly secure the network. We created a liquid staking solution to continue to handle the Nakamoto coefficient and the super minority of validators by sponsoring and educating other communities to run their own validators. We're up to 15 now. We're trying to get to 100 by the end of the year. And then on top of that, we were lucky enough to beat Sebastian to be the first on-chain NFT voting protocol for something that we ran in February, which is now integrated into Realms in a superior version. And on top of that, we want to just continue to build educational resources for teaching people as much as possible. A lot of things in Solana, we really like the idea of chewing glass and making, you know, a light of how difficult things are on Rust or to build on top of these composable projects. That's probably not the best way to encourage new developers or community members to come in and want to build things. So we want to make the educational side of this as easy as possible, and especially just to teach people that it's not as hard as they might think. For example, we got the complexities of running and setting up a validator from, you know, pages of documentation into a 8-minute YouTube video that anyone can set up within about 12 hours. So that's a lot of talking about what makes MonkeyDAO good. Some of the things that we know that we need to work on is what I've highlighted in our DAO structure. Right now we run a organizational board and committee structure that we're trying to work on focusing away from, you know, a centralized group of developers or people who are in charge. We understand that sub-DAOs is likely the way that we can improve that in the future, just so that there's no central point of failures. If I get into a plane crash on my way back to Canada, that would not be great for MonkeyDAO, and we want to get rid of as much of that key man risk as possible. We've tried a bunch of different governance structures. We're looking at projects like Grape in terms of what they're doing in their sub-DAOs, and we think that's probably the best model to replicate just for what we're working on. Again, keying off of what Dean and Chris have talked about before, we do a lot of polling in our decision making. We don't necessarily do a lot of voting. The key difference in there where once we have a poll, we're still relying on a centralized group of people to go and make those decisions and make them happen. Some of that is because there's no Realms plugin for automatically organizing merchandise and design philosophy yet. I'm hoping that we can we can help build that. But a lot of the decisions that we're making as a community DAO are not things that we can represent with on-chain voting right now. So there's still an issue there that we're working through and we're trying to improve as much as possible. And then the third and biggest one is organizational incentives. right now it's very idealistic in terms of what people are trying to accomplish and what we're hopefully working on to improve the DAOs in the ecosystem and to be a highlight of that. But right now, a lot of our contributors are working for free on a volunteer basis or aren't necessarily being rewarded as much as they should for what they're contributing to the ecosystem. So whether we're following that through a token or other means of rewards is something that we have top of mind. We don't necessarily want to succumb to brain drain. We're very proud of all of the things that our people are working on, but we also want to incentivize them to come back and continue to give back to MonkeyDAO and grow the ecosystem rather than taking opportunities to go work elsewhere. There was a fourth thing, but I'm not allowed to announce that yet, so this is my teaser to make you wanting more and to listen to announcements. So that's enough of me. I want to highlight one of our development teams, which is Leslie working through Moonlit. If you want to talk about that.
Thank you. Is this working? Yeah. So, hi everyone, I'm Leslie. For those of you that don't know me, I've met a bunch of you here, but my background, I've worked in technology my whole life. I'm not technical, but I've always worked in technology. Before I was involved with NOM and MonkeyDAO, I had an app development company. We built apps in the wellness space, and a lot of what we thought about was, how do you get people to do things that are good for them or that you want them to do? And what kind of technology do you need to build and behavioral economics you need to bring into the picture to get that to happen? And the first thing that I started to do when I was part of MonkeyDAO and I met Nom was really sit down and say, well, what problem are we trying to solve? There's a million problems that we could tackle. But let's get down to the nuts and bolts of what the problem is. And I've spoken to a bunch of people in DAOs, and I'm obviously part of several DAOs myself. And I think if you look down this list, any of these were areas that any of us could tackle, right? They're all problems. Onboarding is something people are looking at. Not enough people participating in the vote, maybe it's only 10%. The voting on chain versus off chain, is that something we need to look at? Discord, don't even start me. Communication is broken, there's too much information, there's not enough information. The board's too big, there's 16 of them, they're not, they're taking too much time to make decisions or whatever. We need sub-DAOs, we need to move faster. People are just greedy, people don't want to work, they're lazy. People just want airdrops, they want to just stake their token, and they don't want to do work. So where do you start? And what we discovered was, people who are in DAOs are very, very passionate about the community, or at least a proportion of them are. And this is the proportion that we want. This is the proportion that really matters and is really going to move the DAO forward. And they want to be involved. They want to help out how they can. They want to contribute in some way and feel like a valuable member of the community. But they don't really know how to. And they'll take time and they'll attend the town halls and they'll jump into Discord and they'll get to know the individual personalities. But all of that takes time and can be quite intimidating. And I think, also as a female, it can be very intimidating to jump into a whole bunch of, GM sir. I'm like, okay. And I think one of the things that I've learned from my time, I was co-founder of FanDuel, which is a sports betting company. And one of the things, when we were thinking about how do we attract people to FanDuel, we did a lot of testing of advertising and messaging. And the thing that really appealed to people to join in the first place was free money, right? No shit, okay. Free money, great. But once they were in, when you talk to them about why do you play FanDuel, why do you enjoy it, why do you keep coming back, the top answer was always, it's fun. You're like, oh, that's not helpful. Okay, it's fun. Let's dig into that a little bit more. Why is it fun? You can win money. Okay, what's fun about that? And then it's like, oh, well, there's there's a possibility of winning money. Okay. And then when you really got down to it, what people enjoyed the most was proving that they knew sports. And they would take screenshots of their position in the leaderboard. And yeah, they would talk about how much money they'd won in this particular contest, but actually what they were doing was trying to get to the top of the leaderboard because they knew more than everyone else. And so it's that idea of being a valuable member of the DAO and being respected by other people in the DAO and being rewarded in some way. It doesn't necessarily have to be money, although we all love free money, but how can we recognize each other as valuable contributors? Sorry, go back.
Too fast, my bad.
And you know, there's a bunch of stuff around. I'm not voting because I don't really understand enough about what everybody's doing. I don't really understand enough about the DAO to be confident that I'm going to vote in the right way. So how do we fix for that? How do we solve for that? We get you engaged. We get you to understand at least one part or one project so that you become an expert in that area. And then that will encourage you to participate more. And it becomes a virtuous circle. I want to know that there's some kind of cause and effect between how I'm contributing and, floor goes up. And tying in the DAO's objectives with what I'm doing and really understanding that is important to me as well. So given all of this information and these motivations, what do we build? First of all, we define some guiding principles. How are we going to approach this at a high level? DAOs are all about people, particularly Monkey DAO. This is about a community of people who respect each other and want to hang out together, really. And so our approach was, this is not a tool for the core team. This has to be for the contributors. We need to get the contributors to participate. So anything that we build needs to focus on them. It has to be easy to use, and it has to be mobile first. We are on these things all the time, so let's not set it up to be desktop first. As I said before, we want to encourage the right behaviors and discourage the wrong behaviors. This is not about greed. This is not about unhealthy competition. This is about, and I think somebody said it yesterday or the day before, how do we balance competition with collaboration? And oh my God, let's not reinvent the wheel, okay? We're not building Trello for Web3. We're not, we have to have it. We have to meet people where they are. They're on Discord. They're using the board's using Realms. We all have a Phantom wallet. Let's meet people where they are and just make this as easy as possible for them. Moonlit. Moonlit.team, if you want any more information. It's a pretty basic website, but it's there. Some cool cartoons on there that you might like. So I've just got some screenshots. This is launching next month. I want you to imagine you're part of Monkey DAO, and there's been a proposal made to do something. What happens after that proposal's approved? Who knows, right? It might happen, it might not happen, I don't know. Here we have a list of projects that you can get involved with. So these are all proposals that have passed. They're looking for team members. You can find people here that you can collaborate with. You can find projects that you can jump in on. And it's almost think of it as, how do you advertise for people to help you out? So maybe you've been tasked with designing a new t-shirt or organizing an event. How do you get people to come and help you? Well, you put up an ad. You can easily see, who's going to approve it, who's on the team, and you can jump in really quickly. And you can also see how much monkey token you're going to make for helping out here. And then what about if I just want to find people? Discord is not helpful for this. On the left here, you can see, we've got a people tab here. This is a list of everyone who's in the Monkey DAO, whether or not they've logged into Moonlit before, they're going to be listed here. And you're going to immediately see who's available and wanting to work for the DAO versus, do you know what? I'm just here for the NFT, right? I don't have time, or I don't have bandwidth, or I'm not interested.
There's nothing wrong with people who are here just for good vibes, who don't necessarily want to be active contributors, but we need to essentially separate who wants to be an active contributor.
Exactly. So you see the ones with it highlighted in green are the ones that are keen to help. The other ones have actively said, no, I'm not. I don't have the time, or I'm not interested. And then we've got a really powerful search function, which allows you to search by Discord role, skills, projects you've worked on before, how you want to help, and then you get this sort of shortened list. You can click into any of these, and you can see the one that we've picked here is Cuppa Soup, and Cuppa Soup can go in there and fill out their profile any way they want. They can add in whatever skills they want, and we'll populate this with roles from Discord. And they can also write a little bit about why they're here, why they're part of Monkey DAO, how do they want to help us move the DAO forward. So like I said earlier, they're going to be able to signal to the DAO, I want to help, I don't want to help, and why they're there. I think we can flick on to the next one. And then you're going to get paid in Monkey for your efforts. So all of this will be, as I said, integrated with the wallet, and you're going to see exactly what you've been paid for doing what. Go on to the next one. And then all of that's going to be posted on your profile and searchable. And you can see here everyone who's worked with you and vouched for you as a quality monkey. So Noam's worked with me. He's going to vouch for me that, yeah, I'm reliable. I do what I say I'm going to do. So when I'm looking for people to collaborate on my next team, I'm going to look here and say, well, who's vouched for this person before? Which I think is super powerful. Is that the end?
I think that's all we've got.
That was it?
So our main focus with what we want to do with Moonlit is essentially not just separate people who want to be very active contributors on a day-to-day basis, wake up in the crack of dawn and say, oh, I really want to help out monkeys, what can I do? We also want to say, okay, someone who has an hour a week and just wants to do a small amount of graphic design work or contribute to tokenomics or help out with project management, any one of those are all equally valid as someone who wants to put in 80 hours a week into being the lifeblood of your DAO. Mm-hmm. And right now, in terms of the tooling that we're using for managing projects and organizing a lot of these different parts of being the DAO, really benefits the people who spend a lot of time in the DAO already, which as you want to scale these organizations and you want to take a lot of the load off of those active contributors to handle burnout or other opportunities that they might have come along, you can't just keep designing for people who are in your DAO every single day. You need to design for people who are coming in so that they have an understanding, okay, I just joined the DAO, I said GM to every single person that's inside of it, did my Twitter post about getting the NFT or whatever this is, and then how do I contribute? What's next? What do I have to listen to? How can I get some sort of reward? How can I show that I'm useful, right? And that's a lot of what people, I think, want to do inside of a DAO or inside of any community is prove that they have value, which is what goes back to how you were discussing FanDuel is, whether or not you want to be right or whether or not you want to make money or whether or not you want to create something, you have this need, I think, in a lot of these different communities to show that you're able to do something useful. And that's what I think Moonlit is going to be really good at helping Monkey DAO do, because right now we have 2,600 unique members, but we're realistically only capturing contributions from about 100 to 200, depending on how big you make the contribution bucket. So if you look at it, it's great that we have 200 people who are helping out, but it also means that we're not serving 2,400 people. And that's something that we're trying to tackle so that the top 10% isn't doing all the things and designing the DAO, because at that point, you might as well not have a DAO. You might as well just have a regular centralized organization if we're only serving people who are actively contributing every single day of their lives.
Right.
As fun as going to all the hacker houses is and traveling around and seeing things, there's a bunch of monkeys who are not here that I would love to get more involved. And that's what these tool sets are supposed to be about. So
Right.
thank you for presenting. I appreciate it. And
Yeah.
thanks for coming up here so that my presentation looks better. Yeah, I'm not sure how we're doing for time for any of these other things, but, oh, perfect. If you have any questions, please go ahead.
So I have 50,000 questions, but like the amount of pain that this solves is like immense, at least in concept. I suppose my first question is this going to be a good place for sort of permissionless bounty board? Oh, permissionless bounty boards, there we go. Permissionless bounty boards and sort of bifurcating active users into saying like, oh, this person has been vouched for by like 8 people that are eligible for this level of bounty.
We're building in a way that allows us to be flexible. So the whole ethos of how I've always built products is you build the smallest amount you can, and then you learn, and then you figure out where to go next through talking with people and seeing how they're using the product. So what we're not doing is build. We could take this a million different ways,
Right.
but we're not building all of that before we start using it. So we're going to get it out into MonkeyDAO, see how people are using it, and see what the issues are, and then we can test exactly
All
like
that
you're
stuff,
saying around permissions. This kind of solves for tipping and bounties and payroll and everything.
Yeah.
We have person-to-person payments, so you start this kind of ecosystem around Monkey Token that you can pay each other in Monkey Token super simply, just if you know their Discord ID.
Right.
So it solves a lot of different problems, and we can start to, for example, each epoch we can say, okay, the people who have earned the most monkeys in this particular epoch will get extra merch or even extra voting powers or whatever we decide that can be, and we will do a lot of testing around what's really going to motivate people and talking with the community, and they will help us figure out what do you guys want, because there's no point in us sitting in a darkened room and designing this reward system without people actually taking part.
Yeah.
Yeah, no DAO reward system is going to work for every single organization. If I want Dust or Foxy from participating in those communities, or if I want DAA beer, or if I want a monkey hat, like we need to just say, here's a reward mechanism, you choose what goes into this funnel, essentially. For us, it's going to be Monkey Token to start.
Right, and the rewarding can be done through this, but the design can be manual. It's like, okay, we're all going to decide this, we'll vote on the proposal, it's passed, great. So this is how we're going to reward people this epoch. And it doesn't have to be built into the product from the word go.
Right, that's really cool. Cool.
Great presentation, thank you guys. And I'm also like thinking about how we can use this. As far as the user roles, like what are the role types? I assume there's an administrator for Moonlit and then a user.
So the role types are all set at a Discord level. So we've got the core team, we've got the board, we've got alpha minters, we've got a lot of different roles. And then what we'll have is an interface that says, if you're this particular role, then you get these permissions. Keep it simple.
Who's setting which permissions go to which?
Initially, it'll be the core team of the DAO figures out what they want, and then we'll set it at a DAO level for them.
Okay, so it would be like the first person to create the Monkey DAO instance is basically like the founder, or I mean, I'm assuming you're going to be the first one.
Yeah, so it'll be the same way right now of what we're doing with like creating a Realms instance of what we just showed, is like someone has to set up and do those initial first instructions, and then it runs essentially mostly autonomously.
Right.
I say we can probably do that.
Yeah, and it's literally, there's a link to install the bot in Discord, and it's really super simple.
Okay, so it's pulling from Discord to understand, okay, these are people that are part of the DAO.
Yes.
So you would be relying on your Matrica instance to decide this person is still within this app space.
Yes.
So if I list my monkey while I'm in the middle of a project, it would remove me from the application?
Yes.
Okay.
Noam doesn't know.
I did not have an answer to that question, which is why you're here, and I just look pretty.
Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, just echoing a lot of the people who've spoken. Really excited to see this come to life. I know when I was at AthensDAO, we could have used this quite a bit, and the notion of both meeting people where they are and building for members as opposed to core contributors, because admittedly with Realms and a lot of these other projects, we're building for sort of the core team of the DAO. So seeing tooling for members, I think is really great. Noam, question for you, and this meshes well with our analytics panel later today, but I'm curious to hear, like, is there a North Star metric that you look at for Monkey DAO where you say, hey, you know, this is what success means for us, whether it's, you know, the price of Solana Monkey business, whether it's value of the treasury, revenues coming in, whether it's, you know, broad exposure and awareness of Solana Monkey business. Do you have something that you look at and you say, hey, here's my North Star metric for this DAO?
Yeah, my biggest thing that I always look at, which me and a couple other board members talk about, is it's very easy to say that you don't care about floor price, but I mean, the people who are buying your NFT probably care about floor price, so you have to have at least some acknowledgement of that. What we look at is the number of unique wallets, and which you can reference as mostly the number of unique holders for people. Obviously, some people have multiple wallets, et cetera. But as long as your unique membership is continually going up, as well as your daily active membership in terms of, you know, Discord, Twitter, whatever analytics or social media platforms that you're using, as long as your DAO is getting more active in terms of what's going on, I think that's the long-term success metric. In the recent downturn, if your treasury value is going up, that's great. I don't think that's there. Sometimes that's outside of your control, depending on your active treasury management strategies. But ideally, yes, you have to look at running DAOs essentially the same as running businesses, where you either need to be growing the people who are involved in your DAO, or you need to be growing the value of your DAO. Otherwise, like, you know, maintaining either one of those metrics long term, while the network is growing and expanding and the people that we're onboarding is continuing to increase every single day, essentially means you're losing market share. So if less people want to be a part of your organization, you're likely doing something wrong. So short answer, I just look at the number of active people and the number of active wallets that we have, and as long as both of those metrics are continuing to increase, I assume that the majority of people are happy with what we're doing or want to be a part of what we're doing. You can have short-term discontent over a variety of issues, but as long as your longer-term metrics are improving, I think that's what you need to do. We're also, you know, 8 months old as a DAO, which seems like a very long time in terms of Solana NFTs, but is a relatively short period of time in terms of DAOs in any space or, you know, organizations in general. So I think we have room to move on a lot of those metrics.
In those 8 months, have you seen sort of core drivers for those metrics, like certain things moving the needle around, you know, the daily active members or members coming into the DAO versus other things? Controversy
is great. If you can really piss off a group of people, boy, will you get engagement. The probably more sustainable way of doing that is, rather than chasing certain trend metas, which is what a lot of projects are doing and a lot of DAOs I think are doing, which is fine for if you want to be a second mover on a lot of these different things. Instead, we are trying to look at different areas where no one is talking about things, where we can be the first mover with the minimal amount of effort, so that we can continue to move fast. So I always recommend just like find a core value that, like, DAA's beer is a great example. Like, no one was doing that. We've been working on the idea of Monkey Rum, but that's been taking a long time just for shipping and other reasons. But DAA is going to be the first alcohol brand on Solana, from my understanding, unless there's one that I'm missing. And that's awesome, because that's just a flag that they can plant and say, perfect, we're first. Finding something like that your community resonates with, that will be essentially a rallying cry that you can refer to whenever people ask, what are you doing? It is the easiest way to just drive further engagement. And it's just going to get people to talk about you more. When unfortunately, we are in a market where hype and marketing is a very, very valuable piece of staying relevant.
Awesome. Thank you.
Please stump me with questions. I love looking foolish on stage.
Have you thought at all about opening up like the projects or the tasks to people that wouldn't be part of the DAO, right? Like there may be people that want to contribute, have great skills, would love to earn some monkey, but don't have can't afford the floor price, right? And solve some of the barrier of entry problems.
Yeah, it's definitely something we've talked about, the ability to make certain tasks private versus public, and we've set it up in a way where you can also be part of multiple DAOs. So when you first log in from Discord, you'll see all the DAOs that you're a member of that have the Moonlit plugin. So you can jump into all the different DAOs that you're part of.
We're pretty aware that the floor price of a lot of NFTs makes it hard for actively onboarding contributors, especially in terms of there's usually only one access mechanism. You're in or you're out, whether or not you hold the NFT. There's no way to have partial exposure to it or to be working your way up for a lot of these different things. So whether or not you follow a tokenomics model like what Grape is doing in terms of being a part of the Grape DAO or some sort of hybrid mechanism is something that we're aware of. And we think that this is going to be at least a starting way where we can have people who are not necessarily members of Monkey DAO at least be contributing to Monkey DAO or working on a way where they can feel like they're a part of the community. Again, trying to make sure that everyone feels welcome is hard to do behind a $10,000 paywall, but that's a problem that we're working on.
And also, where we want to start is we have this community of 2,000 plus highly skilled people. So let's start there. Let's nail this for them. And
it's free beta testing.
Prove that it happens, right? Prove that it moves those needles and prove that it makes a difference. And then we open it up to Joe or Bob or whoever who's not part of the DAO.
I was hoping you could talk a little bit on decentralization as a group of people in a DAO. NFT projects on Solana, they all start centralized. Like I can't think of one that actually started decentralized in any meaningful capacity. So in terms of dealing with the original team and kind of the pitfalls and difficulties that kind of you experienced with trying to decentralize in a meaningful capacity.
Yeah, we realistically, we started as just a bunch of people who had minted the NFT and were very excited about it. Our development team was working on, the original SMB developers were working on a marketplace because there was only one real marketplace on Solana at the time and we were not listed on it. So we essentially grew out of the OTC trading community for the SMB NFTs. That moved itself into different methods of communication, whether it was Telegram or different Discord group chats, which is what eventually became the original Monkey DAO server. And even then, that was relatively centralized because that was, it started with 8 people, it rapidly grew to about 50 or 60, and then by the time we actually started the DAO, we only had about 200 members, but we had essentially a leadership structure that was about 5 to 7 people. And as the ecosystem grew, some of those original contributors went and formed their own different projects, which is great, and again, something that we want to encourage, but also meant that we were losing a lot of people inside of the DAO, and it was just becoming more centralized just in terms of the active contributors were leaving, so more responsibility got put on a few or smaller amounts of active contributors. So we kind of reset our governance structure in terms of an elected board. We saw 8 different verticals that we knew needed to be addressed, and that's everything from marketing to project management to merchandise to DeFi and finance protocols to technical development. And we elected people from inside of the DAO specifically to handle each one of those roles. That's probably what's going to evolve into more of our sub-DAO structure to be handling that. Committees, I think, were a good midpoint, but we're not long-term sustainable. There's been a few issues of governance bloat, and just it's difficult to continue to get people to be working through a lot of those issues at the same time. So I'm going off on a tangent, not answering your question. There's been a lot of difficulties for organizing decentralization, especially when you're kind of organically starting a group that turned into a DAO. And the main part of that is finding whatever motivates people, whether it's being right or being on top of a leaderboard or proving that they have some sort of value inside of the ecosystem, or for a lot of people it was to gain perceived social presence that they then leveraged on other projects. It's hard to figure out what makes people tick, and there's no one right answer, I think, for a lot of these different things. We're still working on it. But I think that as long as you're just encouraging people to continually try and give back to a community, whether it's your NFT community or the Solana NFT community or the development community as a whole, you're just going to naturally continue to acquire more members and thus just decentralize, maybe not by purpose, but by practice, and just in terms of the people that you're getting actively working on your specific thing.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, the app looks awesome. So I'm kind of curious, like, at least for like a quote-unquote Web 2 kind of app, how do you decide if any of this information here, like vouched by, you know, certain monkeys, should be like on-chain and like, you know, you have attestation signed by addresses versus like just database stuff?
Yeah. Ultimately, we will put the projects and the payments, obviously, are on-chain, but the projects will go on-chain, and then the vouching will go on-chain as well. We're not starting there because we don't need to. You know, let's start with something to prove that it works. And by works, I mean moves the metrics, and gets people engaged and moves that, you know, 200 out of 2,000 members to 300 or 400. Getting more people engaged, getting more people doing the voting, just because they understand more about what's happening and they're more involved. And you know, once we've proven that, then we go to the effort of building everything out on chain.
Just say you're waiting for Shadow Drive. That's what everyone else is doing.
Okay, waiting for Shadow Drive.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you all for coming and listening to us.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have diversity in DAOs. I think it's Alex, Mac, Stepan, and no, someone else, right? Dante? Okay, take a seat. Yes. No. Are those your keys on the chair?
Sitting where?
Everywhere you want.
Anywhere?
You can sit on the floor if you want.
I can sit on the floor?
Yes. Oh no. Not for the plan, no?
Back in Dante, the gentlemen will need you to really lead the conversation because they don't know what diversity means.
Actually, that's true. In DAOs, it is. The DAO conference.
So I think it'll be a very interesting
You can be
conversation,
leaving
but
here,
you'll
leaving it
need
here if you want.
some guidance. I'm telling you.
been wanting to do this. He wants to get as close to the baby as possible for some reason. You can do it instead of me. Yes, my darling. You have a stage for my baby.
Yeah.
Whoever sits in that seat.
Oh yeah, you love that seat.
Are you modding? Huh? Are you modding then?
That's a compliment.
That's what he says. Do you want to do this?
I was gonna say I thought you were modding.
Yesterday he threw me under the bus as well.
I even talked to Dante on Sunday when I got here, and I thought, was someone else from Jet that was supposed to be here?
It's you.
It was
supposed
to be Naoma, but Naoma is with COVID, so I was like, we'll take over. You're gonna do great. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks everyone. If we can start with this. Apparently I'm moderating this one as well. Thank you, Dean.
You're the best. I go with the best.
Okay, so now we are talking about the diversity in DAOs. And apparently beyond that, let's try to tackle like the whole complex of diversity questions, because DAO is basically a subset of two things, let's say, right? So the IT industry in general, because most of the things in our, let's say, sub-industry of blockchain, crypto, and whatever is driven by technology in the first place. And then we'll try to also see, like, how diverse DAOs actually are, how can we improve that, how can we bring effectively more people with different opinions into that, right? Because I guess, after all, diversity is all about that, right? So let's try to do that. Maybe like a little intro, especially like, what particular role, let's get back to the yesterday's topic, you have in a DAO or in organization that you are with and so on.
Yeah, so I can kick off. So I'm Dante, that's baby Dante. Yeah, we're the I'm a core contributor in Jet, and also working with some other protocols, mostly around advisory towards creating the DAO, scaling the DAO, basically putting them on the right way for decentralization. And this one is just making a nice face and making sure everyone is having fun.
Hi, I'm Mac. I'm elected board member for Monkey DAO, also for Photo Finish, co-founder for Quinto Monkey DAO in Mintos. But mostly I'm just Nom's #1 intern at this point, so.
I'm co-founder and CEO of Squads. It's a multi-sig deployment protocol on Solana. I don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah, that makes sense. But like, from the perspective also of walks of life, let's say, right? So development.
Marketing community.
A little bit of everything, I guess.
Yeah, makes sense.
Everything.
Yeah, yeah. In the end of the day, I guess we all wind up doing everything, right? Okay. So now let's try to tackle, like, let's start from the general IT industry, right? Like, I guess it's there is at least a stereotype still, I guess, that it's dominated by cisgender white male, right? And I guess it's pretty much true, right? I mean, for whatever reasons, right? Do you feel that it exists still? Do you feel like that's an obstacle, that it's a problem? And, is it like also geographically different from, let's say, I know, US to Europe to Asia and so on?
I think the space has gotten a lot better, at least since I first came in, going to Lisbon at Breakpoint back in November. It definitely looks a lot different than how I'm looking around the room right now and what I'm seeing. But we still have ways to go. Even just doing an AMA for Monkey DAO with Solana Japan the other day, we talked about the barriers and the language barrier that is keeping a lot of people that are interested in being devs within the space, but anywhere they look, they feel like everything's in English and they're not sure how to get into the space when they just want to learn and write codes. And it's just so baffling to me even to hear that, especially when we're like, we need devs, we need devs, we need devs. So how do we get them in, and how do we break this, even just something as simple as a language barrier in this global community? And how do we take that first step forward, right? So that's just, I think we have gone a long way, but I think there's still definitely things that we can do to improve to kind of move forward.
I mean, inclusion in the end. Now I need to say that one thing that I see very, very different when it comes to the traditional world, let's say, and then the crypto space is how easy it is actually, and I mean, I'm a fresh cooked mom, like this thing has 5 months, and he's been around already on offsites with the teams, on different events. It's amazing with how much the DAO, not only a DAO, but how much the way of working in the space basically enables families and enables women to basically be there, participate in anything, and not give up on the family life as well. I mean, everyone has been super supportive with this little guy over here. Everyone is taking care of him, I think, more than me. Yeah, he wants the mic now. Yeah, you want to say something? Yeah, no, okay. So yeah, that's my view. Like, I think this is a great space for diversity, and it's a great space to give opportunities to maybe to not only to women. I need to say that it's also, I mean, my partner is also in the same space, and we've been traveling together, we've been taking care of him together, and it's amazing, and it's something that probably I would not be able to do in the traditional, let's say, world and traditional space. That's my take on it.
And I think in some form, sorry. I think in some form, diversity is, I think it's definitely a problem, but there is also a way to, I think like the crypto space naturally solves it in a way. If you have like pseudonymous identities and people are kind of mostly judged by their skills and contributions, you kind of, diversity is kind of built in, right? Because you sort of value by other things without kind of relying on, yeah, some subjective matters. So I think in that respect, that probably is interesting how diversity in DAOs will work if, you know, everyone is pseudonymous, right? How do you know that the DAO is diverse? That's,
yeah.
I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, I guess that's the main difference, right? So if traditional crypto is driven because, like, you know, of anonymity as well, right? You don't know who is behind a nickname or an address or something like that, right? While traditional companies are like trying to enforce diversity for whatever reasons, but I guess one of the most important reasons is exactly that, like diversity of opinions as well, right? Because we do come from different backgrounds, because we come from different walk of life, and you know, a lot of it that matters, right? We can't build products for a global community if we are not a global community in the first place, right? So again, knowing that, like, say, majority of developers, for example, would come in from certain backgrounds, right? And you want to have product that addresses, you know, different communities. How would we and should we try to enforce diversity on, let's say, protocol level somehow? DAO level, of course, right? Because DAO is all about governance as well, right? Do we want to make sure we are hearing different opinions?
And I think like cultural diversity is one, but also like economic diversity, right? Yeah. That's not solved,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
like
if we are talking about like, you know, decentralizing finance and making inclusive finance, and we are all coming from, I don't know, first world country, we don't know first thing about that.
Yeah, yeah. So I think that's it's a really good topic that you came up with, Dean. We actually have, I don't think a lot of it is solved. We're just here to jam.
Yeah, and it's cultural, economic, but also age diversity. There is no limitation, and that comes back to pseudonymous contributors, that comes back to working online, let's say. You can have folk 16 years old being in there and providing their input, and you can have folk on 60 plus providing the same type of input, and nobody is judging them. Yeah, no, no input from you.
Baby diversity.
Baby diversity.
So baby diversity. Yeah, we just got Dean into Boomer DAO with me the other day, and as much as we joke about, you know, what age means and how we work, it is different, you know, when it comes to someone who's like, I'm almost 40, how I view work and my work experience is going to be different from somebody who's maybe in their early 20s. So it's like, how do we bridge that gap? You know, how do we stay efficient and stay on topic, but at the same time, make sure that all of us feel like we're still staying within our comfort zone, because then it's a little bit, it just increases productivity when we're all on the same page. But like you said, when it comes from the age gap, the the whole diversity when it comes to the culture backgrounds and stuff too as well. You add that to a global community. It's like where do we find that sweet spot in the middle, right?
So I guess we need a, yeah, go ahead.
So I guess, thinking about diversity in tech, even Web 2 diversity hasn't been great, obviously getting better. And I think the Web 3 community, at least initially, is comprised mostly of developers. Representation-wise, developers, not great from a diversity standpoint. And as we're all creating this new industry together, I wonder, are there things we can be doing proactively to try to increase that diversity among people making the shift into Web 3, rather than being more reactive to it, which I think is what happened in Web 2. So I'm curious if all of you have a take on that.
So it's like in the sense that majority of contributors now are developers, and like how can we get more people involved like from other fields? That's kind of the idea.
So to me, like the organic trickle into Web 3 will be predominantly developers. Developers predominantly poor diversity. So are there things that we can be doing proactively to try to see more diversity within Web 3?
Well, I think like just to probably give my take on this is like while some of us are building dApps and products and user-facing applications, I think we're still largely at the infrastructure stage. That's why I think developers are at the sort of highest demand right now, because there's so much technical infrastructure to be built, and it's so much further. Okay, and there's so much that like needs to be taken care of from a technical perspective. I think like it's once we get to a more active application stage, I think there will be just more people that are coming to build user-facing apps, and that will kind of bring more diversity in that respect. But yeah, I think like it's definitely worth doing more at this stage as well.
I want to say when we were doing like research for Mintus and Queens of Monkey DAO, we spoke a lot of women who are either in this space, but they're not very vocal about what they think or their stance, or people who want to get in the space. A lot of the feedback were that, some of the projects I've tried to get into, they just feel like, they get into general chat and it feels like a men's locker room, and I'm not saying that's the same thing for every project, but it's like, okay, so how do we shift from this viewpoint of getting into a space they're not comfortable with because it is predominantly run by men, to now we created this channel on Monkey DAO called Queens of Monkey DAO, and it's a place where, you can come and you can just kind of find people that are like-minded, and I'm really excited the fact that I found Leslie. I know Constina is here too as well, but I think it just kind of sets a different tone and a different vibe. And that's what's going to be able to help drive like the new, the crowd coming in. So I think it's just a matter of really listening and see what they would need for them to feel comfortable for that entry.
Yeah, from my side, I can actually say that it's starting to open to all the profiles as well and to other people. I mean, I'm not a developer myself. I'm in the space more from the kind of, I don't want to say business perspective because it kind of links back into what we try to move away from, but in the end into the organizational side and into more process structure in terms of actually making frameworks around the work of the developers so that they can actually build products that make sense, that are sustainable, and that the whole, let's say, organization around can enable them to grow. So I think this is starting very slowly to go in. I have seen quite a lot of demand actually for that kind of profiles or those kind of services in the space. So I'm quite positive that this type of diversity is going to come, and it's coming in. Of course, not diminishing the fact that, developers are in the end the baseline of everything that we're doing. But they need to have a powerful workforce around to enable them, as in any place, really.
Yeah, honestly, that's probably like, I tend to say unpopular things. Crypto for a long time has been like developers building for developers, right? And that's been a problem, right? In the end of the day, normal people don't really care about, I don't know, transactions or instructions or things like that, right? They don't understand it, they don't want to understand that. Like every normal user of any normal application doesn't want to know what's happening behind, or under the hood, right? And crypto community and blockchain community in general still tends to be pretty elitistic, right? It shows even in Twitter. And you are elitistic if you are using on a daily level things like plebs, right? And crypto community does that a lot. So that's where we have a lot of work to do to bring this inclusivity, right, rather than exclusivity. But I also see a lot of things changing in the direction. I'm absolutely happy for Solana to have product managers. Right? For God's sake, that's amazing, right? To actually drive things as a product. That's what's happening now. We see on ecosystem levels, protocol levels, and finally, I hope we're getting some products that are trying to be client-facing, right? Trying to be simple and understandable for normal people, not for plebs, for normal people.
Yeah, I really appreciate all of those answers. And I think one of the things that strikes me in DAOs in particular, not just in Web3, is that from the standpoint of sort of work to be done, it's not just the developer role that's needed, right? There's design, marketing, community management, PR. There's so much potential there in terms of bringing folks from underrepresented backgrounds and having them sort of run with these roles. But Mac, to your point, it's really hard to get involved, right? You jump into the Discord, you have no clue how to get started, and especially coming from an underrepresented background, seeing all of these, GM sirs, as Leslie mentioned earlier, it can be really tough. And I know on the dev side, we have things like Build Space that are helping onboard folks into some of these communities. Have you all seen sort of good solutions to solve that onboarding problem for some of these non-technical roles? And if not, what would those solutions look like, and how can we help bring those solutions and that onboarding to light?
I think Super Team does it really well, right? And Grape as well. I think there's tons of non-technical bounties that kind of allow you to, and a lot of them are also like deep dives, so they kind of, pay you to actually get involved and learn things and kind of figure out what things are, and then you kind of stick around in the space and start doing more. So I think, Super Team, Grape. I'm sure I'm missing some other sort of kind of like service DAOs and Solana that do this as well, but I think, those sort of come to mind. I think that's probably the easiest that I've seen so far. We actually done a bunch of these for squads as well, and that's been, I think one of the guys that did it for us is going to be sort of like a part-time intern now, doing more of that. So I think, that's a good way in.
Yeah, also participating in the forum discussions. That's the one thing that I've seen. Jet is definitely reaching out, for example, to people who are being open with discussions on forums from the user perspective, who has, I don't know, feedback on the design, feedback on things that are not very, very technical. That's the one way, and then the standard traditional one, just posting job posts, right? It always works. So if a protocol or if a project realizes that they actually need to bring people from outside, and again, from Jet's perspective, there are job posts on LinkedIn going towards the big audience, the standard audience, let's say, for profiles, and it's working really well. There are also, I think, some really good platforms that already are running job searches and headhunting for crypto space, not only for developers, actually for all the profiles. So solutions are coming up, but also just the traditional ways coming in.
Right, I think this is why I love coming to these hacker houses and doing AMAs. I think it's important to really identify the barriers and the pain points. Like I mentioned earlier when we were doing the AMA with Solana Japan, language barrier, that's one of the things, right? So hearing that, what do we do? So we were talking about in Monkey DAO, it's like, okay, so let's say we have tons of developers that want to learn Rust and they want to get into Solana and they're all Japanese native. What do we need to do to set up the language channel? But that means we need monkey police that can police in that specific language. Like, how do we move forward once we have identified the barrier and the pain point, and then to just kind of start building off from that? So I think it's just more so like really listening and keeping your ears open as far as what are, like I said, the barriers and the pain points that we're experiencing at this point, but also be able to put that into implementation as far as within your own DAO and how you can really widen that audience and just kind of keep building forward.
I agree with the language as being one of those very large barriers that aren't intuitive sometimes. We had an Indonesian community that was very strong. We still do, and we also have a Chinese one. But you see that we'll put effort into, okay, let's get the Chinese one, the Indonesian one moving. But the moment you move away from it, because you can't interact at that level, understanding the language, I think it becomes a really big challenge. I don't know what else to do on the language side. I also think another opportunity is time, like how often you're having AMAs or live, interactive talks. We traditionally do things at 6 p.m. UTC, but there's going to be people who, that's impossible for. They're working, like the socioeconomic comes back into play. Like some people, okay, they have an abundance of time. They can stay up to 2 a.m. for a mint, like those kind of things, I think come into play as well, the time zones. And I also think about certain accessibility features and keeping the barrier low, like Step-in. I'm sure the diversity on Step-in is probably the best in our space, right? Because it's such a low barrier on knowledge. Language probably doesn't really get into there as a problem. I don't know how many languages they support. And it's 24/7, right? You can interact with it and get really that full Step-in experience. But I want to talk about the language part a bit more. Like, what are some ideas, or how, are you prioritizing particular languages? Do you look at requests, or how big the population size is? Like, how do we address the language barrier?
I think this is where it's so important to empower your community members and really identify your global leaders that you have within your DAO. So for example, Nam and I end up doing that Solana Japan AMA because we literally had a monkey that posted on social that was like, hey, I'm a new monkey, I'm in Tokyo, and we're like, hey, welcome, new monkey. And then him and I just started a dialogue and about how we've been talking about marketing to Asia and how to really promote and what it will look like compared to what we've been doing in the US and in Europe. So that conversation led to him saying, hey, come on this AMA for Solana Japan, I'll help you translate. I will kind of be like the face and the facilitator for you guys. So I think it's the same thing for our global community where we have members all throughout the world. You just have to find the members that are gonna be your lead, gonna be your face within the city, within the country they're in, and just empower them, give them that trust saying that, you know what, I know you can represent Monkey DAO well and you're passionate about what we do. Here's a little bit more information, ask us if any questions, but really just decentralize, which is the whole point of all of this, right?
Like, I don't know, 10, 12, something like that years ago, I was working in game development still. And I was working for a small studio when we've been developing MMORPGs, right? The power of community was so big at that time in MMORPGs that we managed, I was heading localization and whatever. We managed to translate the game to 12 languages with zero budget. Just because the community was out there and people were passionate about this thing that, it's a game, right? So it's easier to get passionate about it, I guess. But yeah, it was the same situation. A lot of people just came out and say, hey, I'm from Japan, I'm from Bulgaria, I'm from Germany. I want to help you translate that, right? So we had to proactively work with them to support them in doing so, and also rewards them obviously somehow within the game itself. But also that grew them into community leaders that also helped keep the dynamic of the game itself going on, right? Because they became respected members, they got a whole group around them that actually increased in game conflicts or alliances or whatever. So yeah, I totally agree. Utilizing your community and going out to your community and saying, let me support you in whatever you want to do for this, is amazingly powerful sometimes. But yeah, it's a tough game because you need to, like, you know, with those people you need to be in constant contact. They need this appreciation on a daily level.
Yeah, I mean, we had those experiences as well, where like people come into Discord and they say like, we want to do, you know, a deep dive and explainer video in this other language, and we encouraged it, supported it, but the kind of problem we ran into, like maybe the squad's team is too small, not diverse enough, we can't actually verify what what they submitted, right? Because we don't speak some of those languages that they did it in. And so I think definitely like working with the community, that's important. Like we kind of try to respond there. And then on the kind of, you know, metric side and tracking at least some of the geographics also helps to understand, you know, where majority of the users comes from, and you at least can prioritize from that perspective, you know, where do you start? Eventually you want to get to a place where, you know, the app is available in all languages, but, you know, you kind of take it from the metrics, I guess, initially. That's what we're sort of doing right now.
No, for me, I mean, there are two questions here as well, like with the language barrier. One is, how do you push your product, let's say, out there? And here, for example, Jet does the same community. So community members coming up saying, I would like to translate it to Chinese. I would like to translate it to Indonesian or whatever. So this actually does come from the community, and we've seen that. But this kind of enables only the part of the sales or marketing or whatever we want to call it, or awareness for the product in a certain country. But what I also have seen is that there is a lot of need for like non-English content or non-English guidance, just for the people to understand what Web3 and crypto space is. So that is something that, for example, I mean, I'm from Poland and I'm experiencing it with my own family. It's like there are no resources out there that I can point them to and say, yeah, read this or check this website or go to this event and you will understand more or less at least what I do. That doesn't exist. And this is the one thing that at least I'm trying to help them out maybe with the events. There is now ETH Warsaw coming up. I'm getting my mom involved to help with the logistics of the event. She speaks only Polish, but at least with this, she could interact with people and get a little bit of a gist what's going on. But this is for me one of the biggest challenges, let's say, in the countries that are not so much English speaking. How do you get them into the space in general, not specifically even for the product, but just into crypto and Web3?
Right, we had a recent conversation with one of our leads in Hong Kong, and one of his suggestions was just really taking all the information we have and just really condense it or break it apart, where when you're translating, you're not translating a 5-page white paper, right? You're translating these actual details and these messages that you really want to push out first and get across, because the more you have to translate, it kind of leaves a little bit more room for error that the translation doesn't exactly interpret what you're trying to say. So for example, we're talking about pushing out messaging about what MonkeyDAO is doing currently in Hong Kong. So he was just like, look, just take what we're doing and just write really, really short elevator pitches. Then it's easier for us to translate it and push it out in our native language, and then you can also do that in other countries. And I thought that was a great idea, because like I said, when you're trying to translate anything more than a paragraph, sometimes things do get lost in the translation aspect of it.
I guess this is it, but yeah, we're all around, so let's talk more.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much. Lunch is about to be served in like 10-15 minutes. I sent a Google form on Telegram regarding demo day tomorrow. So everyone who wants a slot tomorrow, please sign up for it. Okay, thank you.
Testing, testing. Awesome. Well, welcome everyone to the first panel of the afternoon. We are here to talk about DAO metrics, DAO analytics. I think that the subtitle here is measuring decentralization, but I think there's a lot in this bucket, both around from a DAO standpoint, how do you measure your DAO's health? What does it mean to have an engaged community within your DAO? But then also as you integrate your DAO with different tools in the ecosystem, what does it mean to have good financial health, treasury health for your DAO? As you think about reputation within your DAO, roles, rewards, how do you measure those? So I think collectively we'll have a lot to talk about today. Max, I know we've heard a lot from you so far this event. And so why don't we let Adam and Patrick just introduce themselves real quick and then we can jump into it. Adam, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. So hi everyone, great to be here. Name's Adam. Co-founder of Castle Finance. So we build like safe investment products for DAOs. We kind of like to say that DeFi has only really been for degens at this point. And if you want to make products that, or investment opportunities for non-retail, non-degens, the biggest customer there are DAOs. They need to be, DAOs have different like risk-return sort of profiles. They're more akin to things like corporations, and you're not just gonna like ape half your treasury into like a yield farm. And so we're trying to like raise the bar for what is like risk management in DeFi and offer those kinds of products for DAOs.
So I'm Patrick. I'm a co-founder of Lighthouse. It's a reputation protocol. The idea behind it is that you can issue non-transferable tokens to users that make contributions to your project or DAO. Basically, up until now, we're really working with NFTs, fungible tokens. And so when you want to remunerate people, you're kind of constrained to those two mechanisms. Whereas if you introduce a non-transferable token, it's more for signaling, and you can do a whole bunch of other stuff on top of that. I'll present it tomorrow during the demo day, so you'll see what it looks like.
Awesome, awesome. So to start things off, I'd love to just go around and talk about both from your own DAO and your context, and also from the DAOs that you work with. What do you look at metrics-wise? What is important to you to say, hey, for Mango DAO, things are going well. We feel like things are moving in the right direction. In the Castle context, hey, we feel like this DAO is using their treasury in an effective manner. What are those key metrics that you all look at? And we can start with you, Max.
Yeah, I think like number one is always like pull requests. Like it's really like simple, right? Like you want to figure out more people contributing. So what's the diversity in like pull requests? Are people able to still send an improvement, right? Are they able to understand what you did, get a mental model of how to do an improvement and actually contribute it without a lot of hand-holding? And how do you get that up to a level where it's like anyone can just come and like help out, right? Because that kind of helps in the sense of like, if you really want to decentralize it, right, you need a lot of people that understand what they're doing. And as most DAOs are, right, like a piece of code, some on-chain program deployed that is governed by maybe token holders, right? It's only as effective and as resilient as people who can actually improve it. So that's always like, number one was always like, how do we get this Nakamoto coefficient for devs up? And then I think the second one is kind of like, how low can you drive the minimum proposal threshold? And can you get more people to actually voice their opinion in on-chain governance? And you feel comfortable doing that, right? Because obviously, you don't want to like open it to everyone because there's like certain things you can do just by proposing too many proposals or things like that, right? There's certain attack vectors, but you wanna bring it down over time, and that's I think also like a key metric we're looking at.
What is the balance there, right? Because I imagine it's such a fine line. How, and this is kind of on the path to decentralization, like how do you know it's time to, you know, decentralize a little bit further? And how do you know when maybe you've gone too far?
I think we never went too far. It's like, yeah, you just need to have the courage to do the next step. And for us was like, oh, we want to allow people to lock their tokens, so it can be like even less tokens to make a proposal or things like that, right? Like we feel there's a reasonable safety guard, reasonable stake or interest in the project, long-term interest, or signal in some way that we can allow more access. And I hope at some point it will become like as little as a few $100, right? That's really not a lot of monetary incentive there, but more like a membership in a club for certain things like, I don't know, entering chat rooms or, right? But yeah, for like really critical things like amendments to the constitution kind of, right? Like upgrading the governance program, that should be someone with a reasonable stake, so it's not, exploited.
Makes sense. Does this bleed into some of what you're thinking about around reputation, or feel free to jump back into the metrics question. But I'm curious if that spurs any thought around the reputation side of things.
I think it does. The way that we look at reputation generally is that every DAO or every community has its own metrics for what it considers to be high value or low value relative to users. And so if governance, for example, is a big part of what drives reputation in a community, then a DAO should be able to value that however they want to value that and attribute, reputation in that context, but also be able to combine it with other things. So if you're like a DeFi DAO, then you might want to combine what's actually happening in terms of the activity of your application with the participation that your community is having in governance.
Makes sense. And then Adam, go ahead from a Castle perspective.
Yeah, I guess more broadly about analytics. At the end of the day, there's different kinds of views that we can have, and so sort of measuring things like pull requests and developer activity is sort of meta sort of measurements about the health of the DAO. Then there's things like protocol metrics. So I think Mango has stats.mango, where you can see the various things like the amount of liquidity on the platform, trade volume, and then maybe for your protocols or for your project, you can see how many, all the various KPIs that would go into seeing, okay, how are people using our project? So there's different lenses on it, and I think all of those should really exist. But I guess you just have to pick which one is most important for the team at a certain time, and then try to implement that view. So curious, so the topic that you just sorry, blanking. What was the example that we were just talking about in terms of showing? Oh, I guess how difficult is it for DAOs to get up to speed, or developers to get up to speed with developing, right?
Yeah, that one is hard to measure, right? Because you only see sometimes only the end of the process. Sometimes it's just someone who comes out of nowhere.
A huge PR or something.
And you're like, oh, cool, this is an options market. Great.
Yeah, and so then there's the question of making sure that those kinds of metrics would be easily viewable by the community, or at least the management team of the DAO or the core team or whomever, because if you don't have those measurements visible to team members, then it's kind of what you measure is what matters kind of thing. And so if you are able to sort of display those metrics, then the community can sort of start, the core team can be oh, maybe let's make documentation more easy to get onboarded onto developing. So I think making those making all these measurements visible to the right people. I think the right people is mostly just everyone at the end of the day. There's very few things that I think should be segmented by management or core team or whatnot. But yeah, making everything visible I think is important, because then everyone can you can point to something and say, hey, we're working on making this metric here higher, like a North Star or something.
One of the things we struggle with at Realms, at Solana around this is not only how do we measure the health of a DAO, and is it treasury size, is it number of members, is it activity engagement, but also the health of our DAO ecosystem as a whole. And we look at metrics like treasury value across all of the DAOs in the ecosystem. And we quote this, hey, we have $1 billion in treasury value in our ecosystem, but the vast majority of that is made up of, Mango and UXD, for instance. And in the Mango context even, that's probably counting a bunch of these locked tokens in your treasury that'll never be used at the end of the day. And so in thinking about this further, it's like, hey, okay, then do we look at the members across the ecosystem? Do we look at the activity among the members? And I'm curious for you guys, like either from the standpoint of a DAO's health, or if you were in our shoes trying to measure, hey, how is the Solana DAO ecosystem doing? What are some of the things you would think about?
Okay, so I would like to, the way that I would think about this is I'd bring it back to an economic paradigm. So if you look at treasury size, it's sort of a static metric. I mean, treasury size changes, right? But it's not really indicative of performance in any way. The way that I would look at it is in terms of the velocity of money. So how many times does a token change hands over a given period of time is a fairly decent indicator, I think, of how useful the underlying product ecosystem or DAO ecosystem is, because it means that there's value and utility in the token. I think that's like a pretty decent metric to track.
So my struggle there, I agree with that in large part. My struggle there is like, you look at something like a Constitution DAO, which was this kind of big, very public event. It wasn't like tokens were exchanging hands a bunch. Someone comes in there, they buy the Constitution token, and obviously that the project didn't end up being successful. But I think that's still like valuable for an ecosystem to have. Do you feel like the token paradigm still kind of works in that context in your mind?
Well, like yesterday, we were saying there's different types of DAOs, right? So I think this, like the metrics that you would apply to a DAO are probably very different depending on what the goal of the DAO is. I think that ultimately, like, if you're building a product or a service, then what I was saying previously makes a lot of sense. For Constitution DAO, I think it would be a whole different paradigm, totally different objective.
It's a really interesting point, though, in a world where maybe the metrics we should look at are different based on the type of DAO. Do you guys have a take on this?
Yeah, I think the same concept of like leading indicators and lagging indicators applies to this as well. And so if you were to, I think for the most part, like the size of the DAO's treasury is like a lagging, depending on what activity is taking place, it's like a lagging metric. It's like Mango, you guys can end up like, or any sort of protocol can put in a lot of developer work and time and energy, and that's like slowly draining like your operating or like the cash in your bank in your DAO. But over time, like you put in all this work, you launch a big feature, and boom, all of a sudden like you have a bunch of new users on the platform, and then you're able to accrue revenue from that. So yeah, same concept of like leading metrics versus lagging ones apply to this, and like you said, it really depends on the context.
Yeah, I find it like hard to because if you go into these like specific metrics, right? Like sometimes, as you said, right, some of these assets are not very like liquid. I think the same applies to an NFT DAO when they have like huge treasury, and maybe the volatility on those very liquid assets is actually way higher than any reasonable number, right? Like so does it mean the DAO did worse since then? I feel like they're not even like actually, like if you would really need to discount them to what would be their market value if you would sell them all, then the number would probably be very different, and it's very hard to say what the model for that is, right? So yeah, I find treasury value is like a very difficult one to look at. People are now complaining a lot that like Mango is trading under net asset value. So we have this whole discussion on Discord about like buybacks, and it's basically two camps. There's like the finance people who are like, this is what a company should do, should buy back the shares so the shareholders have more value. And then there's the other camp of people who are like, yeah, but we want more, we want to decentralize more. And if we reduce the float, then basically everyone is more in power and more in charge. And it's actually like a discussion that really, like, it doesn't really move anywhere. Like, both sides have like their opinion, and that's it. And it's not really that you can like vote it out or anything, because it's so unactionable also, right? And I think there's a lot of these discussions where you like feel, okay, when we just look at the numbers, right, we're very, very, very trapped, and the DAO is not really a company. in that sense, because there's no, like, people can just walk away at any moment, right? There's no real like commitment from a lot of people that contribute, and so I think it's a very fragile consensus that we're going to continue doing these things, right? But it feels in a company there's more like it feels more tangible, as if you have the assets and you can actually sell them to someone, right? Maybe you have a factory or you have like offices, like there's actual assets there. I feel like the average DAO is very asset light. Even the intellectual property in form of source code or like NFTs would probably not be sellable because it's maybe open source, right? So, and what is like maybe like the NFT treasury, is it really worth something at the end of the day, right? If the project itself ceases to exist. So there's this like self-referential loop also for many projects. Yeah, I think it's like in the end, it's just like the thing that like probably you can measure is like, are the people committed? Are the people active? And are they trying to improve the project? So that's why I usually focus on those the most, because everything else feels kind of free for all. Yeah. Like it's kind of just anyone can take it, right? Anyone can take Mango and take the source code, modify it, make a new Mango DAO, I don't know, Papaya DAO, great. I can mint a lot of tokens. Like, is that healthier? No, right?
There's a model in, I guess we can call it a Web 2 model, but I think it lends itself well as well to Web 3. It's called the Pirate Metrics model, R. And those letters stand for acquisition, activation, retention, referral, and revenue. And in Web 2, the idea was to try and like boost all of those aspects of the model. And I think in Web 3, it's a little bit different because you're not necessarily trying to stimulate growth across those metrics. You're trying to optimize them for whatever context you want to optimize them for. So like, for example, in acquisition, you want to try and increase the funnel as much as possible and get as many users onto your platform. Whereas in Web 3, that might be the case for some DAOs, whereas other DAOs might say, I want to limit the membership, or I want to limit the number of people I bring into my DAO because it's unsustainable or something like that. But I think that model generally has an interesting application to DAOs.
Max, I wanted to dive deeper into one thing you just said, which was for you, it's easier to sort of measure how engaged your community is, that your members are. And you mentioned looking at pull requests, but obviously in the Mango community, there's probably a bunch of different members across different functions. Not just focused on the development side. Do you have good heuristics in place in terms of how you think about, hey, this is how engaged our community as a whole is day to day?
No, I think it's mostly that, like just understanding what like people want to build, getting an overview of that, and like trying to track based on like one-on-one conversations, like how difficult it was to get started. So it's more like qualitative feedback and analysis. Maybe something like a net promoter score. I could revive that one. Like I think it's like a classic metric, right? Could do that for like the source code, or right, like the DAO on Realms. Maybe we have like a NPS score for the DAO. I mean, we need like, right, like what's a 5-star DAO?
One of the things we've thought about in the Realms context is like a health score for a DAO, like looking at the different safeguards the DAO has in place, and basically giving different users the ability to say, hey, this DAO is relatively decentralized. This DAO has hopefully relatively a low chance of being rug pulled based on the dynamics between the council and the community. But I do think having some sort of like membership metrics, like an NPS or something like that, would be really interesting.
You could do something cool with certain like NFT DAOs. So I think I was jamming someone about like, for example, like Monkey DAO. So like I have one, and I was like trying to like I think I had a problem like trouble like verifying like the monkey or something to join like the Discord. But like that sort of conversion, like what we were saying, between like someone purchasing a monkey and then someone like entering the Discord, it's kind of like activating that user. And so that's a way to measure like how like healthy the Monkey DAO community is. is if a bunch of people are buying and selling like monkeys, but there's no one actually like joining the community and like becoming an engaged member, then that's like a certain metric that like I think any sort of NFT project would want to track.
Yeah, I think just to build on what you're saying, I think it's really interesting to think about what user journeys look like in DAOs, especially on Discord. Like, every time I join a Discord, I'm like totally lost. I have no idea what to do. So I think if that journey is made smoother, if the DAO knows what the action should be to take you into participating, then that needs to be clear in the Discord. And I don't know that a lot of people have nailed that today, but I think that's probably the biggest friction that people have today.
I usually just go for the GM channel. It's funny. I think the best one I found was like Jito. It's like a really small crew of people. There's no token, nothing. You just join and talk about MEV. And it's like literally the first thing you see is the GM channel. You go in, type GM, someone answers you, and it's like someone you know also. Like it's really like small community of people. And it's kind of funny because the project is just a bunch of guys. They're like hacking away really, really hard on Solana core, but it's like completely open and there's a lot going on. Compared to like, I don't know, Neodyme, for instance, it's like super secretive. Like you get invited and then you don't see anything. Like you just have the channel you're in. It's like a Slack a bit. It's kind of funny to see the difference between, and they're very similar in what they're doing, right? Like very much working on Solana core, just, yeah, California versus Germany.
Maybe that'll be the leading metric for DAO's health is how many GMs there are in the Discord.
I mean, what's ironic about you saying that is, given how much DAO activity happens within Discord, it's really hard to measure things like the onboarding of a new member or the efficacy of a different channel or a different group. And so I'm curious if you guys have seen anything in that space, like any good ways to try to measure this stuff, given kind of the free-for-all that Discord tends to be.
Yeah, I try to look at the metrics in the beginning. Like, you have this like overview of your server, and you get some stats, and like, I think they have this funny metric which I really like. It's like the mute rate. How many people mute your Discord? That's definitely worth checking, and then like figuring out what announcement made people mute. Yeah. And that one is like solid, I think. And then you have. And that's like, I think it even happened on, what was it? I think Solana Discord. Someone like, the new community manager came around and just started everyone. You should check that metric. Like, it's usually, if you use everyone, it's like, clearly it's gonna like trigger people, right? And if it's not worth it, then they're gonna mute. So I think that one is a good one because you kind of like figure out your like signal to noise ratio in your content that you're pushing out. And then there was this other one which was also quite interesting. It's like the number of users that like come from a certain country. I think that's also very interesting because we have like, for whatever reason, a very active Turkish community. There's no Turkish speakers in the devs. Like they have their own channel. There was also at some point a Filipino community, which felt more like a raid. Because like then some like community manager came up and was like, hey, I want to be your community manager and I want to be paid for it. And we were like, cool, but and yeah, exactly. And then we found out he's like a paid influencer who's like paid group influencer who takes this group to raid a Discord and then negotiate a deal.
Very creative.
Yeah, very creative, right? But this kind of stuff you can kind of see, like, oh yeah, there was like, where are these people coming from? Oh, they're all here like since 2 days. Yeah, I haven't been there before. So kind of like getting an understanding which of the communities are like more organic or just like a bunch of bots or, right?
I think a really good one is whenever you host like Discord spaces, whatever it's called. So for example, I was in like the Beanstalk DAO for like since like last November, the one that got like hacked unfortunately. But one thing that I noticed when I was hanging out on the Discords is that every week there's like a little AMA with like this Anon founder, and there's like 30 plus. I mean, it was maybe like a community of like 100 people on the Discord, but like a third of the community would show up to these things, and everyone's like always asking questions. So I think that's like a pretty good measure, is like of the people that are joined, you know, like of that giant like tens of thousands in like the offline section, in Discord, how many of those people actually show up to like a weekly AMA or, status update meeting, things like that?
Awesome. So we've talked a lot about kind of DAO overview metrics. If I'm looking at my DAO, what does the health of my DAO look like? How can I measure that? I'm curious to actually go from the micro lens as well. Going back to your point, Adam, is if you don't measure it, you can't move it. From the standpoint of whether it's the different divisions of a DAO, the different sort of working groups on different projects, how do you decide which metrics to surface to the relevant group? Is there like a dashboard that any DAO member can come in and look at? Are you pointing specific groups to specific OKRs? Or in the management of the DAO, how do you actually go about that, either for you with Mango or in the DAOs that you guys have worked with?
Yeah, so I did the first dashboard because sometimes you have these things, they're like running in production and no one really looks. And everyone has maybe like a good or bad feeling, and then you just, right, like you kind of want to validate that it's okay. So it can be a good tool to like just look at things that are way too complex to look at in detail, but in aggregate. But in general, it's like, yeah, it feels like you can only present information, and then people need to like figure out if they want to act or not. Yeah. I think that's the like where my like effort ends. I usually don't like point too much at charts and be like, no, we need to fix this or something. It's just like the chart should be obvious and people should feel agency. And but yeah, it's like some people have more talent in bringing out the data or like more experience in like which questions to ask. So even when there's people from the community who wanna have access, we usually just like add them. There's no like they get full access to everything and they can just write their own queries. But the tools aren't really there. Like, I don't know, we use Metabase and it's just like stupid. I need to one-on-one invite people, so people usually don't request it. But there's a healthy amount of people who want to have access. I know like PIF, for instance, they want to regularly like check things, and then also some of the traders themselves, they want to like see things, how they're going. And I think now we're getting more into a place where people actually want to see like profit and net loss of the community, like kind of like how's the DAO doing financially. And that goes way beyond my ability in terms of like building dashboards, because actually like also collecting a lot of information that isn't actually tracked anywhere, right? Like how much are we paying for servers, and where are all the different buckets of like spending actually, right? Yeah. Like how much do we spend on people's salaries or like grants, or how much are we spending on different like core units, what is their budget, and collecting all that information from the governance forum into past proposals and like putting it into an overview. I think that will be very helpful, and we started working on that, but it's like weeks of work.
Yeah,
like,
it strikes me that like capturing metrics within a DAO is completely different than capturing metrics within a company. And it feels like a huge opportunity for someone to come in and really try to be the expert in building tooling for this, to make it easy to see what's going on across the board.
Yeah, also like knowing how to communicate. I think like right now we have a guy, he used to be an investment banker, so he really just like looks at it like a EBITDA like standpoint. He really just wants to get it into that format, and I think that's actually good. Yeah. Like it's like a known format, and of course there's no perfect tool to do that. It's a lot about like figuring out how you want to name your rows, and like, right? It's not like everything needs to be like kind of like high level and understandable, and it's not really about automation, but more about like a good mental model to communicate it to people, which goes back to what I said, right? Like some people are really good in like asking the right questions to come up with a chart or a spreadsheet that tells you something, versus just the raw data. I mean, we tried that with Realms, right? Like we have like some dashboards for like token vesting, but then that doesn't track liquidity incentives. It doesn't, right? I think UXD is probably like one of the best ones in that. They have like a whole dashboard where you see everything. I think team cost is not on it, like, but that's also, I think it's a different part of money. That's like the venture raise. So, but at least about everything they raised for the DAO treasury, they're giving like pretty good statistics. And
yeah, their approach was to do it by hand, right? Like, basically it's like custom website they build. And yeah, it would be cool to see something like Step. So yeah, I think Step or Sonar, more like a real overview about the treasury, what happened, and then have a way to customize that.
Yeah, I think being able to show, like at the end of the day, there's like two main kind of like token asset classes that a DAO like worries about. First one being like just like cash in the bank, so what you use to pay like OpEx, like so like salaries, servers. There's not much else than that, I think, in software especially. And then the second one being just like the governance token. So like, what is the like incentive program that is currently like, what is like the projected amount of like inflation that is being taken into account given like emissions schedule, like where are the governance tokens currently like so for example, like how liquid is the governance token? So for example, yes, like the treasury value is like $200 million, but if there'd be like immense slippage, you know, when trying to like trade all of that out, then like yeah, that number isn't really that useful. So you have to be able to see like, okay, where's the governance token currently living across these various different like AMM pools, whether they're living in like lending markets like Mango lending or like other markets. So yeah, I think those are the two big categories. Is one just like cash in the bank, and like how you want to earn like yield on that cash. Then the second one is just the governance token. Like where is it currently being put to work? What is like the inflation schedule like? Yeah, I think those are the two big categories that views should be built for.
Awesome. One of the things that I feel like often gets brought up in the context of talking about DAOs, talking about DAO management, is the low voting rates, you know, within a DAO. And people look at this and say, hey, the community's not engaged, they're not voting on every proposal, we should fix this. For you all, how important do you feel that is, right? How important is it to sort of increase the voting rate among your DAO membership as a core piece to your community success versus like, hey, you know, the people who are knowledgeable and care the most about this thing vote, and we're okay with that at the end of the day?
So I can speak as someone who doesn't have a DAO and just like observes or votes. I don't think it's that important personally. I think that the people that are the most engaged and want to vote, then their voice should matter. If everyone has the possibility to vote, then it's up to them to choose to do it. And beyond that, I mean, you can try and create incentives to stimulate more people to vote, but ultimately you're not going to force anyone to do it. So yeah, I mean, if it's concentrated, it's not good in terms of a decentralization metric, but there's only so much control I think that one can create around that.
Yeah, I think it would be nice if people just vote. Like, if you have a stupid idea, just bring up a vote. But then there's some people who are like not happy with that idea in Mango DAO. So then the first thing they'll do is like vote no and be like, post on the forum first. I'm like, no, I don't want to even discuss it on the forum. I just want to vote no. Like, I don't know. Like, it's fine. Like, if someone thinks it's a good idea. But there's like usually when a vote is very contested, it means there's maybe more discussion necessary, or it's just something can't be resolved anyways. So what I see happen is a lot of like people start discussing things endlessly, and maybe some people actually don't have as much influence, like are very, very loud in their opinion, and then maybe some of the people who have a lot of influence are actually too lazy to participate in discussion at all. And it would just also be like interesting to see their influence. I don't know, when UXD wanted to list, right? It's like, sure, let Multicoin vote yes. Like, why not? Like, let's see what happens. Like, right? There's like pros and cons, and people don't know what to vote. Okay, they don't vote. People think it's good, should vote yes. People think it's bad, should vote no. But instead, we had like a week-long conversation. And it's just, I think it would be more productive if people would use the mechanism, but it's also just not how people work, right? Like we're like social animals and want to like, we don't want to like hurt each other's feelings by having like opposing opinions and like, especially if there was like a 51% win, right? You would assume that people's feelings get hurt, and then maybe that makes them less committed to the project or like less incentivized to continue working on it. So, but I think like I personally, I wouldn't mind. I think that's perfectly fine. I would want to see more of that, but I think, yeah, it's tricky.
Do you think transparency plays a role in voter participation?
What do you mean? Like
the fact that you can see who voted?
No, I don't think so. No, yeah, I mean, yeah, people know the wallets, like, within each other, like, kind of have an idea of who's voting anyway, so it's not anonymous for me. It doesn't influence it for me, but I mean, for people who vote less regularly, maybe it's not as obvious. The people will not stop voting because of anonymity. They just want their wallet to be anonymous in case they get like robbed. I think that's more like so the anonymity is more like just, it's not about intransparency, or it's just more about like having a bit of like private, you know, like ability to say, hey, that's all my coins. Like, can't give you more.
Yeah, I think yeah, the issue of like voter participation can sort of, there's like some people sort of calling for a different model where instead of having like there's a lot of proposals that end up getting put up onto like realms that are kind of like minuscule like in nature or just sort of menial. So for example, like should a DAO sponsor like an event for like $10,000, you know? It's one of those things where, okay, like does that require like the whole city town, you know, to vote on something? So there's this new model where the community represents like the board of directors. And so the board of directors then appoints like core team members to sort of have that ownership over that part of like the business or that part of like the protocol. And so like you appoint someone to be like head of marketing, and then that person has full control over, you know, the marketing budget. And then it sort of saves like the community time because then like not everyone's voting on like these like proposals that only take into account like, you know, like $5,000 or something kind of more on the small side of things. But instead it's even more important. I think it's actually better because if there's fewer proposals and those proposals are more important, it's like hiring someone new who has control over a lot of things, then I think you might have more voter participation because like this vote actually matters. It's like voting for, you know, like the president or the prime minister or whomever versus voting for someone who's like local. Like everyone's gonna mostly vote for that, and I don't think I've ever voted for like a local, like, you know, representative or anything. So, or like a budget for that matter.
Makes sense, makes sense. Last question on my end, and then we can open it up to the audience. And I think this question's primarily for Max, but I think it's relevant to all three of us as DAO tooling builders. And also, if you guys have perspective on this, please jump in. But if sort of an external party, you know, another protocol were to come in and, you know, build one product or feature for Mango to move a specific metric, what is like the dream metric that you would want like a DAO tooling builder to really build around and help you move?
It's hard. I need to think longer about it. I don't know. I never thought about it like that. I think I'm too involved in the backlog. I just think about we need to build everything right now, really quickly. But yeah, I think there's like, yeah, no, everything is being worked on.
So your metrics are satisfied for the time being?
I think so, yeah, we have a pretty good plan. And like, yeah, you know how much there's floating around. It's like.
Yeah. I hear that.
Yeah, I know one example with like stablecoins, like one North Star metric that is often the case is how many crosses there are with like $1. So how many times like the stablecoin goes up above $1, below $1, and that represents like, you know, something like that. For something like UXD, maybe it's like, you know, making sure that the rate of the insurance fund, you know, shrinking or growing or isn't shrinking like too fast, or the funding rates are certain. Like I think, yeah, there's proposals to like manually trade or manually close the funding rates, sort of make sure that like the insurance fund doesn't get eaten away too fast. And so that's like, yeah, I think it can be very protocol specific. For an exchange, you know, maybe it's like volume or liquidity on it. You can be creative with it, but I think you can almost always like nail down just one thing.
Any last thoughts on that one, Patrick, or no?
I don't really have the experience to speak on that.
I hear that. Any audience questions before we wrap this one up? We do not have any time for audience questions, I'm being told. But Patrick, Max, Adam, thank you. Thank you for joining. I think there's so much to be built around metrics. Even from a realms context, we have the most basic of metrics. We're struggling with measuring things. So I think a lot more discussion to be had in this space to going forward. Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next up is a Unique Ventures Club. So please stay seated. Presentation is going to start in 2 minutes. Hello? What? That. So it's going to be 2 of you guys, yeah? Okay. And we're going with the HDMI cable? Yep. Okay, cool. Just a minute.
Hi. 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 No, this is cool, yeah.
Working.
Well, we need to be unique in some way, so it needs to
Yeah,
be like
something shouldn't work.
Something should not work, yeah.
Okay, let's not take any more time. Thanks for waiting. Sorry for the technical difficulties. So I hope you're not tired of me as well. I'm spending too much time on stage, I guess. So now we are going to present what we are actually doing. We'll go through the deck, tell a little bit of a story, and then we'll also show a demo of the platform itself. So we are from Unique Venture Clubs. My name is Alex. This is Urosh, our CTO. Say hi.
Hi, guys.
And yeah, we did this specifically for AthensDAO. Basically, that's the first time we are like showcasing or showing our platform in general to any audience whatsoever, as now we are in a private beta stage. And we are building a platform that enables individuals to quickly and securely create and join. I mean, you can read it as well. Anyway, the idea was that we want people to be able to create these sort of venture clubs, right? And what is a venture club? That's a big question that we have tried to answer for quite some time, and we realized that there is no simple answer to that. There is no one definition for that, as well as there is no one definition for a DAO or organization on whatever, actually. So our biggest wish was to create a platform that would allow a very flexible configuration that would fit particular needs of a particular organization at a particular stage of its life cycle, right? Because everything evolves, everything changes. What you need today might not be what you need tomorrow. And for ourselves, we've been defining that, like, trying to understand how people join forces, operate their funds together, operate their assets together, own things together. And that brought us to this, like, whole architecture and whole composition of different elements that we allow basically to put together without any code or effort, like everything through a simple, we hope at least simple interface, right? So that potentially covers a lot of different use cases for different types of DAOs, types of organizations, from, like, again, a small group of friends coming together and, buying a more expensive NFT, for example, just to, like, share risks and potential reward as well, obviously, to an actual organization that wants to operate on a higher level and do actually much more than just that, acquire different types of assets, manage different types of sub-treasuries with different sets of rules and so on, all within one bigger organization. So what I'm covering is the use cases and what we are going for as we develop the platform and progress further. So right now, and that's what we are going to show as well, we enable people to come together, open a club, put some money into it, and acquire NFTs in a peer-to-peer manner, right? So we are focusing on that, and that allows already creation of different types of organizations, or at least different focuses for those organizations, right? So those can be VCs and trading clubs, especially as soon as we integrate fungible tokens. That can be clubs focused on NFTs and one-on-one, so like mostly like arts, let's say. Gaming clubs and gaming guilds as well, that want to acquire, for example, land and, buy it together, own it together, and share the benefits of owning it, obviously. And there are obviously much more potential cases that we don't even know yet. But yeah, in future, we want to move beyond that and beyond only, like, what we see as majority of on-chain assets today, so beyond NFTs, but for example, into real estate, company stocks, and anything that really can be kind of tokenized or digitalized in some form or manner. So we've been really looking into that for quite some time before actually building it out, to try to understand what how do we need to build it in order for it to fulfill those goals and to give this flexibility. So it turned out that to actually be efficient at that, we need to separate a lot of things into different modules from the get-go, right? And we decided, for example, to separate distinctively your governance power from your financial contribution to the club, right? Because those not necessarily will be tied together. That's why, for example, we have and we can have those 3 different governance models that can be based, for example, on your deposit directly. So similarly to how DAO tokens work, right? You come with some amount of some token that is defined for this particular club. Let's say it's SOL. You deposit 1 SOL, you have 1 vote. You deposit 0.5 SOL, you have 0.5 vote, and the total amount of votes available in this particular club is equal to the total amount deposited to the treasury. Pretty straightforward. Might not work for some clubs, obviously, or some organizations. That's why we also introduced a role-based model where the club founder can directly say, okay, I want to have this, and this role. And this role, for example, my own role founder has this amount of votes. And regular member has, I don't know, 1 vote, for example. And I also want to have managers, and managers will have 5 votes. And then by combining that voting power per role and the consensus required in each type of proposal, he can actually create this flexible model where the club can be very efficient and operational on like day-to-day level, but for bigger changes, there is actually a requirement for much bigger consensus. I don't know, up to 100% people participating in the club need all to agree on that. And only that they can move forward with some proposal. And finally, an NFT-based governance, which is using the NFT voting plugin, obviously, where you can say, okay, my club is based on a particular collection, and those people can actually join in and can vote by showing that they have certain NFT. But again, even in this case, treasury can be separated, right, from the governance. And for example, you can deposit into the treasury, but you won't be able to enjoy any benefits of club being efficient with their finances if you did not deposit initially, because you don't have any ownership of the treasury within this club, although you have a governance power. So yeah, that's also something that we want to later on expand and potentially pretty soon, because as we've been doing those private tests, we realized that people in many cases want to have like a combination of those models, and what we will also introduce is an ability of those roles to influence and be like a multiplier of the voting power. So for example, you do have NFTs. In a regular setup, 1 NFT equals 1 vote. But you do know that some members of your community are just more active than the others, although they don't have, for example, the biggest amount of NFTs. Same with fungible tokens, right? You have whales that are not really active, might be even toxic, and you have people who are actually contributing on a day-to-day level. So you can assign them the role with certain voting power that in this case acts as a multiplier and say, okay, for every member, 1 token equals 1 vote. But for manager role, 1 token equals actually 100 votes. Or 1 NFT equals 10 votes. Or you can actually lower the amount of votes that the average member has. So it's not 1-on-1 anymore, but for example, 0.5 vote per 1 token. So again, it gives you more flexibility, more ability to make your organization efficient. And in the end of the day, like I said, we don't know what the perfect configuration is, what the perfect DAO is. I guess nobody knows yet. So it's an experiment, but it's an experiment we want also to give to our users an opportunity to participate in actively, and for them to try and see what works for them in which situation. When it comes to the financial part in general, like I said, the treasury is disconnected or not directly necessarily attached to the governing power and the governance in general. So you can separately define fundraising configuration. So how much do you want to raise for a particular treasury? When do you want to do it? And maybe later on also, like, what's the maximum contribution per member and so on and so on. So actually to make sure the fairness is there. In a similar manner, we will be introducing fees that, for example, a founder can have as a performance fee, or fees that other roles can have, actually. So that are, again, defined, and in this way to kind of be able to incentivize people that are working day to day on your club and managing and doing the trades and, like, contributing to the whole club in the end of the day. And so you can say, okay, once we are actually, taking some money out of the treasury, some percentage of that will go to different roles. So, for example, curator who's been doing art for treasury number 3 will get 1% of all the money that's been in there. Also, you'll be able to define treasury currency. So, for example, one treasury can be denominated in Sol because most NFTs are traded against Sol. Some can be in USDC for fungible token, and some can be, for example, in Star Atlas tokens, right? Because this treasury is dealing with Star Atlas NFTs, and it's more like of gaming investing oriented treasury and sub community within your club. And yeah, later on, of course, withdrawals from the treasury and profit distribution in different models again. That are specific to your particular club, your particular use case, and your community in the end of the day, because they all operate differently. So from the tech perspective, and I mean, Uroš can talk more about that later on, and you can always catch him and try to make him talk about it. But yeah, every club is basically an on-chain DAO or a realm, actually, because it's all built on top of the SPL governance. It's a plugin, effectively, right? So later on, we are looking to extend that as well, and to also add more plugins on top of that to extend the functionality as much as possible, but also to stay composable and to stay within the framework of SPL governance, obviously, as well. So it's going to be easier for us to move forward and for the whole ecosystem to reuse what we have built so far. So yeah, composability is obviously one of our greatest priorities. And now Uroš can switch to demo, and we'll show you a little bit of how it works.
Okay, hey guys, here from my side as well. And thanks, Alex, for giving like a brief introduction to what we do. So what I want to, or what we actually want to show here is just a part of our platform. So you can see, for example, the first place where you come when you come to our platform is actually where you can browse through different clubs that are already there, created. You can filter them, sort them based on different parameters. And as this is a test environment, I will show you just one simple club, how that club actually looks like, and what it contains of. So, for example, I just opened a unique test club, which was created by Alex. But since I have not yet connected my wallet, basically I cannot do anything. I cannot see some specifics regarding this club particularly. For example, you can see that I cannot see the treasury. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm actually going to connect the wallet. So this is the user that already has this. And now, as I'm a member of this club, which can be seen here in the members tab, you can see that I have an ability to see the treasury, to see the amount of currently, this is the one treasury that this club has. I can see the amount of treasury over here, and as well we can see all of the members that are part of this club. Other than that, I can see some different tabs over here where we actually separated some information regarding this club, like a basic summary, number of members, who are the members, which are the roles, for example, and one really important thing that is basically the essence of every DAO, and those are the proposals. So you can see that there are a couple of proposals here, one of which is to fire our CTO or me. It is still in the voting phase, so we're gonna see what's gonna happen in the end. But basically, this is just a presentation of what actually can be done. As you can see, we have different types of proposals. Right now, as I'm the member of this club, and I don't have a power to actually start a specific proposal. I cannot show that specific feature over here. So what we're gonna do next is basically I'm gonna create a club, and you can see how basically easy it is to go through different steps that were explained actually by Alex in the first part of the presentation. So what I want to do here is basically upload an image. I will take the one over here. So let's say this is some kind of an Egypt. I already did that. Egyptians DAO. I need to enter the email address for the club, which can actually be used for some inquiries regarding this. Once again, I'm just going to use some fake email at this time. Next step, basically, or what we have introduced for our clubs is a possibility for club to have an application. So, let's say to allow members or potential members to apply for the club. So, specific club can be opened, which means that anyone can apply to become a member of the club. And on the other hand, it can be closed, and it is in that manner only invitation based. So. The invitations can be sent by the founder or through a proposal. I will just put this as an open one so that we can see what's going on. I don't know, because I have only one hand free now, I'm just gonna write something here in the description. And other than that, next step would be to create or select a couple of tags, so I can put, like, I don't know, Egypt or whatever. And select one of the most popular tags, and that way I can add a specific, let's say, attribute to this club, so that later on someone can easily find this club through the tags or by filtering through those. Okay, I'm gonna skip the social networks part. So the next step would be to create kind of a governance configuration or set up the governance configuration of our club. And you can see that those are the three that we currently support. One is the token-based, where based on the proportion of the tokens that you put into the club, you basically get the same amount of voting power. So it's kind of an option where you can tie together the voting power with the financial power. The one that I'm going to show you is basically the role-based one, where the voting rights are tied to the specific role that is defined for a member. And of course, the NFT-based one, which Adrian once again showed today on his presentation, where basically it is powered by the NFT plugin that we have created in Prague Hacker House. So for the role-based club, next step would definitely be to define the specific voting power for each of the roles. The two roles, the owner or the founder, and the members are actually the mandatory roles, or those are the two roles that every club needs to have. We have another role that is, let's say, a fixed role from our side, which is called the curator, or how we like to call it, the manager of the club. So we can actually optionally add or disable this role. And as you can see, coming soon, custom roles, which is something that is really, really important in terms of roles in hierarchy. What was the theme of yesterday's panel. So what I'm gonna do right now, I'm actually gonna enable the curator as well. I'm gonna enter the voting power, which is basically an absolute number at this point. So I will say that the owner has 120 voting power, then the member can have 20 voting power, and for example, curator can have 50 voting power. And go to the next step. Obviously, at this point, you can add some of the initial members. So you can basically add the new member and select the role that that member is going to have is in this particular club. I'm not going to do that right now, but just as a something to also mention. And now we come to the part where we define the financial configuration of the club, or the fundraising part where we can actually define the number of tokens, or in this case Solana tokens, that we want to raise in the part of the fundraise of this specific club. As you can see, you can also skip this, so there is no need to create the fundraise. It is actually optional. I'm just, for the purposes of this demo, put the cap for this treasury to 1 sol. Then the voting configuration, which basically consists of 2 parts. One part is a general or default configuration for voting, so you define the approval quorum that is needed and the max voting time that is set for every governing action that you're doing. On the other hand, we have an option to add specific permissions for the founder of the club or manager of the and also the manager of the club, and we can say, okay, we can define specific ranges which have different configurations than the default one that is set up over here. I'm not currently doing that, but just as a showcase. So in the end, we have the preview of this, where you can see that this is the role-based club. We need to agree to the terms and conditions, obviously, and in the end, we are creating this club. Hopefully, everything is going to work now. Usually, with those demos, something happens. Let's try it once again. Okay, let me just, what? No, it is already on DevNet, but obviously something went wrong over here. Let me just put something like this. Maybe that's the problem, or it's something with the internet. But let's try it once again. Okay. Obviously, we need to work more on the notifications. So since this is actually, well, this is actually a good thing that happened, and I will tell you why. Because there is really important feature, or let's say a property of our platform which doesn't allow to have multiple clubs with the same name, as it is relying on the SPL governance realms framework. So currently on this demo we are using our own instance, but what does that actually mean? That already created DAOs or already created realms on Realms today, basically no one can hijack your already created DAOs, but what you actually can do is just create a club on top of that already existing realm and add those attributes and features that are part of the unique platform. So I think that is a really neat feature to have. So as you can see over here, now I have as an admin or owner or founder of this club, I can see the summary, the members. Obviously, I'm the only member over here. I can see the proposals. Now I don't actually have the proposals, any of the proposals here. I can create a new proposal, which we will try just now. And one really important thing to actually note here are also the applications part and the invitations part. Those are some that we didn't have in the earlier example, as we were just a member of the club. So let's just see how invitations are working. Basically, I as a founder can add a member with a specific role. So this is just an ability to invite someone to your club. On the other hand, for the applications part, that is the situation where I, as a potential member of the club, want to apply for that specific club, and the founder can actually check the applications, not just founder, but all of the members, and based on the application that is created or written by that particular user, the club can make a decision if they want to invite that member to the club or basically not. So yeah, let's do one thing right now. I will switch to another browser. So here it is. Let's do it like this. I have not connected my wallet. I'm just gonna, for the purposes of the demo, use another wallet like Solflare. And one specific thing that I would like to show here is that this wallet is actually an owner of one NFT. Because the feature that I want to showcase now is how you as a club can actually buy an NFT with the money from the treasury, and how that actually NFT is coming into the what we call the vault, or the vault for the NFTs. One thing that I did not do earlier is basically I did not put any money in the treasury of the club, but I will do that in the next step. So once again, let's see where this club is. Here it is, Egyptians test. So now I'm just a regular user. I cannot see the treasury nor the fundraise. I'm not even the member of the club. So what I can do is apply or join this club. This is just our vision of application form, so that the user can apply to become the member of the club. And this is actually, gonna be, this is actually the application that the founder of the club is gonna see on his own interface, and also the members of the club are gonna see on their own interface, and they can decide if they want to approve this application or basically not. So, okay, I'm not gonna do anything here right now, but I'm gonna go back to the founders part. So I can deposit the money in this treasury for the purposes of this demo. I'm gonna deposit 1 Sol and basically finish the fundraising part over here. So now my club should have 1 Sol in the treasury, and now we are ready to create a proposal for buying an NFT. When I say buying an NFT, this is at this moment not buying an NFT directly from the marketplace. This is actually using our own escrow program or peer-to-peer trading program. So I will just do it like this. So these are different proposal types for the purposes, once again, of this demo. I'm gonna create a trading proposal. So let's say I want to buy this cool NFT. Once again, I have only 1 free arm, so I'm gonna put something over here. So I have an option to select NFT to buy or NFT to sell. Currently, I don't have any NFTs in my vault, so I cannot do the selling part, but I can actually make a proposal to create, to buy actually a specific NFT. What I need to do is to enter the link to the NFT which I want to buy, or not basically the link, but the mint. I'm gonna do that once again here. I have already prepared it. So sorry for this light theme of the Sol scan, but let's do it like this. And once again, once I enter the mint, basically the program is, or the UI is gonna show me which NFT I actually want to buy, and I'm gonna I'm gonna put the price for which I want to buy this NFT. I will put 0.3 Sol. You can, because this is in essence using the SPL governance mechanism for proposals, you can actually add a link which can be used as an extended description of this specific proposal, just as it is on the SPL governance itself. So once again, let's do the creation of the proposal. I'm gonna approve the transaction, and hopefully this proposal is gonna be ready for my club to be voted on. So here it is. I can see based on the information that I put or configuration that I put for voting, that it ends in 29 days. What I want to do is buy this NFT for 0.3 Sol, and I have an option to actually vote on the proposal. And also, me as a founder, I can do the cancellation of the proposal or kind of put a veto vote on this specific thing. For the purposes of the demo, and I'm saying this too much right now, I'm gonna approve the proposal or accept the proposal that is being made here. And as I have all of the voting power in the club, now the proposal has went through, it is succeeded, and anyone in the club can now actually execute the transaction that is part of the proposal. And what is the transaction? The transaction is actually a mean to actually buy this NFT for this specific price. I'm gonna execute the proposal now. Which actually now did one particular thing, and that is reserve the money for buying the NFT. So it has reserved 0.3. Important feature is that you can cancel now this, so the offer is created, but you as a founder can cancel this now. Why? Because it's kind of a peer-to-peer. It can happen that the price of the NFT has changed, you don't want to buy it anymore, and etc. But you need to kind of unlock or unreserve the amount of Sol that you already reserved. So that's one thing, and the other thing is actually the URL, which is kind of a unique URL for this offer that the club is making. So this URL can actually be sent to anyone, and anyone can actually go to the link and see the offer that the club has made. So this one says that this club, Egyptians Test, wants to buy this NFT for 0.3 Sol. As I'm currently the member or the user who has the NFT, I want to sell this NFT, I accept this offer, and what I'm actually gonna do now is approve the selling of the NFT, and hopefully in the end I will have 0.3 Sol more in my account and one NFT less. So if everything went through, and I think, yes, I don't have my NFT over here, but where it is, some magic, it should now be in the vault of this particular club. Obviously, we're not doing update here, but I will just refresh it and let's see. There it is. So this club has successfully bought the NFT through the peer-to-peer version of our escrow program, right? So one thing that didn't update obviously is the treasury, but believe me that we have 0.3 less in the treasury that is here. So now another thing that we can do over here is create another proposal, just once again, to sell this NFT that we have over here. And we can actually select the NFT from the vault, which is now part of this club. And once again, let's do this. And we can sell it, for example, for 1 Sol. Obviously, we want to create some profit for the club, right? So once again, creating the proposal. The proposal should already be over here in the voting state. After the proposal has been accepted, I can once again confirm the offer to sell that specific NFT and basically execute the proposal. And after that, just with this copy, just with this URL, the unique URL that we have, I can actually give it to whoever. and that person can buy this NFT for 1 Sol. One really important thing I didn't show when I was creating the proposal, there is the option to actually define the specific buyer of that NFT, so it can be just not open to everyone, but just, for example, I want to sell it to Stepan, for example. So yeah, you're gonna buy it, man. So yeah, let's do this once again on the side of a regular user who can come to the platform and actually buy this NFT. So I now want to buy this NFT for 1 Sol, and after this transaction goes through, I should have the NFT in my wallet once again with 1 Sol less than I started with. So basically, this is what we wanted to show and kind of demonstrate just one part of our platform and what it can actually do. Since we are kind of in a weird setup now, I cannot show that we can actually create different members with different roles. I actually showed that in one of the clubs that was created over here. Yeah, but this is once again just part of our platform, which we wanted to show here. And yeah, thanks for your time and thanks for your attention. And I don't know if we have anything to add other than just show the team. Actually, this is not the team. We are just the founders that you can contact here and just approach us and ask anything, and we can discuss different things. So Alex mainly doing the product, then Martin as a biz dev, Stipe as operations part, me from the tech side, and I really don't want to forget to mention all of the team in Belgrade, Croatia, Bulgaria, and etc. that is actually doing a really good job right now while we are talking to you guys, and afterwards we're gonna go to the beach and they are not able to, but yeah, big thanks to the team, and they are definitely watching, so thank you guys. That's it. We're ready for the questions. If anyone wants to ask something, we're here.
Hey guys, the user interface is absolutely beautiful. So congratulations on the work that you did there. I have a small question on the peer-to-peer sales, which probably is going to be asked by DAOs later on. Do you also distribute royalties, or because it's peer-to-peer, you don't do the royalties yet?
No, we don't do the royalties yet. Actually, that peer-to-peer part is just an example of what can be done. What we have in our backlog, and actually some of the things already done but not presented on the demo, is actually different types of instructions that can be done inside the proposal, and that is actually the beauty of using the mechanics of the SPL governance, as we can actually do whatever we want through the proposal. Yeah, this was just an example case which can be used, and it does not include the royalty. So that is basically the answer to the question. Thanks. Any more questions, maybe?
Test. On the escrow side, do you also have, like, in your backlog maybe the possibility of doing a treasury swap, so not exchanging like an NFT but token for like other tokens? Because for some time it was very fancy among all the different DAOs.
Yeah, I mean, definitely we're looking to integrate also fungible tokens and different other asset classes as well later on. But yeah, for the purpose of like beta, we are dealing, because really with this whole setup, we've been looking mostly into a question: how do we deal with illiquid assets of sorts, right? So this is our approach in general, right? So creating treasury, creating vault that is attached to a treasury, because those should be separated for accounting purposes and whatnot. So like, you know, you can sell off the entire vault later on, and the proceeds will go to the treasuries that can distribute it back to the members. You know, all these kind of things. That's why we've been focusing on NFTs for this part. But yeah, fungible tokens obviously also coming, as well as trading through Mango, most probably, right?
Very nice.
Obviously, no more questions. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Next up is Streamflow.
Small pause so people can kind of drink water or something. But I would like them to have a small pause before we go. Please come back.
Yes.
Please.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Is it on? It's on. Okay. Looks like I made a mistake by not holding people hostages. So, a lot of people left, but it's their loss. Thank you, Grape, for organizing this, putting me on stage under the spotlight. And yeah, we are fairly new to the DAOs, but we believe that we have something to offer to the DAOs, and this is going to be a very, very short presentation, just a couple of minutes. I don't want to bore you, I just want to provide some value to you. Okay. And whoever asks questions gets a swag bag. Without a bag, it's just a t-shirt and stickers, yeah. Okay, so we like to, can I stand? Where's the camera? You already have the question? Okay. No, let him ask the question. Yeah, so we like to brand Streamflow as token distribution platform. And we'll get in a minute to what it means, but we want to start with one of the motivations how Streamflow started, obviously catered to this audience, right? But one of the use cases is, let's say you're a DAO and you have a lot of tokens to distribute to your contributors or investors, right? And in our ideal world and how we see it should be done is there is a multi-sig vault, and then you set a schedule for those tokens to be vested, and then you use a tool to distribute or create a lot of these vesting schedules at once to the contributors. Hopefully without using any CLI tooling, and yeah. And as I said, this is one of the motivations, how Streamflow started. But it's much more than that, and this is what we mean by token distribution platform. Our goal is to enable different types of organizations listed here to distribute tokens or value in different forms to the contributors, right? So, I can read from the slides, but that's the essence. DAO grants, distribute grants to their members, or crypto teams distribute vesting contracts to the investors or team members, etc. And how do we do it? We build this token streaming protocol on Solana, of course. And it's the core financial primitive that allows for a variety of use cases, right, as we can see here. But essentially enabling any use case that is pay per time unit should be very well suited for Streamflow. And we built the core protocol layer, we built and continue to build SDKs, and some of the interfaces for those SDKs. And we also encourage others to use those SDKs and build full-blown apps on top of the Streamflow. And these are examples. Some of the interfaces, the first one is our application, which is alive and well for quite some time now. For more than 3 months, live on mainnet. We have, before this Luna crash, we had 170 million in TVL in different tokens. I think now is like 110, 120. And primarily used for token vesting. But we've also seen that a lot of people use it as a tool for crypto native progressive payroll where people are paid per second. We actually have like half of our streams, half of our streams are in stables, so people are using it for payroll. We also see potential, and we have, we are not still there, but we are on a good way to integrate with launchpads, so they can offer vested token release and into some other projects right here that you can see. Maybe you recognize the part of the dashboard, maybe you don't, but Streamflow is very suitable for integration into different projects. And what's coming soon is integration with squads and Realms UI, and this is something that we are going to demo tomorrow. So tomorrow on the demo day, you're going to see sweet and short integration of Streamflow into Realms UI. Yeah, and this is what the whole platform is envisioned to be. As you can see, a lot of it revolves around token vesting, but there are different. As I said, like just to give you an example of use cases, what can be built with Streamflow and on top of Streamflow, something like you're paying for the parking and you're just paying for the exact time that you spent parked there, or you're paying for the content that you watched, right? So you're just watching like 33 minutes of a movie and you're just paying for 30. Or pay for gym, you don't pay like 1 year membership, you pay exactly how much you use it, and if you do a gym and like, if you do like a quick, if you skip the leg day and do a quick, 15 minutes cardio, or whatever, you can just pay for that amount. Or you do like, you have an online consultant, expert, and you're paying them service. You can start the stream, and by the end of the consultancy, you can stop the stream. Yeah, anything that's, pay per time unit, basically. And we are starting with the initiative to, to encourage other teams to build with Streamflow, use our SDK, and build on top of it. This is only the beginning, meaning like we have a grant and bounty program, but you would have to approach us because it's not public yet. You would have to approach us, and then you can, build together great things. That's it. Short and sweet.
More of a comment, because I saw the way Streamflow works, and we use in-grape streaming. What I liked about the way you guys do it is that it goes directly to the wallet without needing to claim it. I don't know if you mentioned that.
No, I did not, and thank you very much for mentioning that. We are, especially here on this conference, we are seeing that people are fascinating that actually tokens are delivered straight to your wallet. You don't have to claim them. We thought that's like a normal thing. That's like how it should be, right? So you don't have to go to some interface and claim it. It just unlocks on the specific interval when it should be unlocked, and it gets delivered to your wallet. Yeah, so we do that, and I am fascinated that people are fascinated by that. You'll get a t-shirt for that. 2 t-shirts for this guy.
Oh yeah, so every question is a t-shirt, so...
Every question is a t-shirt. I mean, truth be told, we have enough t-shirts for everyone, but just, come with the questions. Okay? Second t-shirt.
Yeah, I'm going to sell it as an NFT. I'll take a photo of it. But I'm still writing the program to be able to claim it. Where do you see streaming payments and when I first saw it a while ago, and we're thinking, the concept of it, I was fascinated by money trickling in or tokens trickling in gradually. Where do you see this going in the next 1 year, 2 years, and then 10 years, let's say from now, of how the entire paradigm could shift of how people are being paid? Now we're looking at it in Solana, but what do you think maybe the next steps are going to be for you guys, and in general about payroll?
Yeah, that's a good one, and thank you for asking. I didn't want to go too deep into it because I was gathering this presentation for this event and for this audience. But as I said, one of the we released our payroll Streams payroll product as a buy feature of token vesting, right? And we were surprised to see that a lot of people are actually using it. As I said, half of our streams are actually in stables. So we are pushing initiatives where we believe that payroll should happen more often than once a month or bi-weekly. There are some reasons why is that, the status quo, but we believe that, with good software and automation, and if you ease the accounting burden, it can be much frequent, weekly, daily, hourly, on if you're crazy enough per second, right? Yeah, you can get paid per second, and we are pushing initiatives to integrate with card issuers, partners who are card issuers, and to allow this for first we'll be the first company that's gonna use this as a pilot, but then to allow others to use it in such a way. And we actually, it's hard to tell where do we see future in 2 years, but the thing is that everything gets progressively faster. A little bit of philosophical topic, but the way we travel, getting faster and faster. The way we work is getting faster and faster. And I think we are on a brink of the next step and the next acceleration in financial world and in payments in general. And we see that in future, money is actually transmitted much faster, right? The settlement is done faster, the costs are much cheaper, and the money never stops. The money is always on the move. And that's a whole big market and whole big uncharted territory for streams. Thank you again for another great question. Yep, keep them going.
Test. Yep. Hey, so just
Test.
approaching it from a semi-retail.
Can you tell your name?
My name, sorry, Leon, or Metaverse Explorer, so I'm a YouTuber. Yeah.
Leon.
Hey, approaching it from a semi-retail perspective, so payments definitely work, I think, like retail point of view. What other kind of composability can you put on top of it? So like, can I play and earn? Can I earn a stream of an NFT where I will actually play it for a year and then I get some streaming from you and it builds up into an NFT? Can that work? Or what other kinds of experimentations apart from like monetary value can you stream?
Yeah. Okay. Can you rephrase the question?
Sorry. Okay. Using this protocol, can you stream me an NFT over 1 year?
Oh, that's a good one. So for now, it's working with tokens and not fractions of a tokens. But if NFT can be represented with hundreds of fungible tokens.
Yeah, so like on Solvent right now, on Solvent on Solana, you can fractionalize a token. Like SMB is already on Solend. So the tokenized versions of these NFTs already exist. Can you stream them?
If they're tokens, yes.
Yeah, so we can do it now.
Yeah, SPL tokens, you can do it now. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, can I, before you ask, another initiative that we're pushing, and it's very much in regards to composability, is, and this is also particularly connected to the payroll, is like you as a employer don't like to, deposit funds up front, and, you like to have that leeway of 2 weeks or 1 month, so you can plan your cash flow accordingly. But what if you could earn on those salaries that you're paying out, right? Right. Those salaries that you're streaming, you can just use, for instance, some Sol and C USDC, right? And then convert it back and earn yield once it's withdrawn. So that's a composability initiative that we're pushing forward as well with Borderland protocols.
So well, whoever wants to hack that out.
We have only 50 t-shirts.
I was thinking about the NFT part. You could probably do that with regards to having a token, and the token gives you access to entangle maybe either an existing NFT, so the NFT could be a placeholder. So someone could actually write this out. And then once all the tokens that you have been minted or streamed, then it could be your key to entangle the NFT. So you could use all these composable components and put it together. Whoever wants to do it.
I mean, I don't know if that was the question, but you said it all pretty much. What else? Yeah, so one other aspect is we also are going to make this vesting contracts, which are by their nature pretty much illiquid. We're going to make them liquid. You know, we're not sure yet if we're going to do it through NFTs or an escrow service, you know, like a P2P sale, or create a marketplace for vesting contracts. But it's happening.
I have a question. So you were talking about like that the movement of value will accelerate, right? And that like it will never stop. I'm sort of curious that like, I guess in the future of streams, we don't really manage, like even in personal finances, we don't really manage, you know, I got $100, I paid 50. You manage sort of incoming and outgoing flows, right? Like faucets. And you can sort of, you know, if you feel like you're spending too much, you just need to sort of try and lock one. And I guess my question is, in the intermediate step to that, are there any like structured products that can be built on top of streams? Something that like allows me, you know, to constantly stream to some vault, so it like always compounds, I get more yield, all that kind of stuff. Did you discuss that with some of the structured products providers on Solana?
Yeah. So what we currently have is essentially one-to-one stream, you know, like one wallet to another wallet, one point to another point. And in order for this to be able, we need to have one-to-many streams, right? So you can...
Or like a sequence, right?
Yeah, so you have a stream that goes in, you know, multiple directions, and then you can choose and tweak, you know, which percentage or amount goes into which vault or strategy or, you know, whatever. We are not there yet, but I can definitely follow up on this topic.
I'll exchange my contacts with you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, dear sir. Let's establish a line of communication.
Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you for being here.
So, yeah, 2 questions. First one is Streamflow currently like self-serve, so any like crypto protocol team can onboard themselves onto this and start paying them.
Just be a bit louder. I don't hear you from here.
Closer. Yeah, is Streamflow currently self-serve, so anyone can go to the website and set up streaming payments like for their employees?
Yeah, it's live on mainnet, tested. But I mean, as long as the underlying infrastructure is working good, like the network, Streamflow is working good.
Cool. And second question, do you have any items on the roadmap for like tax, like creating tax documents, or, because for example, if we wanted to pay employees, it'd be nice to have some of those things generated.
Yeah, that's a good one. And I mean, like legislation and taxes and compliance is not possible to, you know, avoid. But as I said, payroll is still in like early phases in our, you know, roadmap. And yeah, we plan on partnering with someone who can handle, you know, the legal aspect instead of doing it all ourselves in-house. But it's definitely something that is going to happen because, you know, you cannot avoid it for a long period of time. Yeah, that's a good one. I don't have a better answer now. I'm sorry. If that's good enough. Yep.
So coming back to Metaverse's one with the paying towards an NFT. Obviously, we've got Axie Affinity was a very big problem where the gamers would get the tokens, dump the tokens, and eventually cause the downspire of that. So Solana Gaming all round, Stepan is looking for something as well. But there's going to be a lot of games out there that want to be able to have their members accrue tokens to earn those tokens and not be able to dump them, alternatives. So I'd say, I mean, Metaverse led it with there. That's a great you know, definitely need some way of being able to think how can they earn certain percentages towards that ending.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, there are a lot of benefits in like having those tokens drip rather than, you know, it's a kind of anti-dump mechanism, you know, by itself put in place. Yeah. Was that a question? Sorry.
It's more thinking about it logically. There's going to be a lot of games out there that can't have hundreds of thousands, millions of people coming in and just coming in to earn, to dump those tokens. We need to have something built out, and that's what's kind of delayed the step in. You know, as an ambassador, the rental system, it's not an easy one to bring out because you're going to get millions of people around the world that want to earn $10 a day and just dump the token for that profit. And it's caused a down spire of Axie, and there are other games out there now that would definitely be looking at how can they reward their users. And I mean, had you thought of it beforehand? Like,
Have I thought of what?
Sorry?
Have I thought of what? Have I thought of what?
Actually,
Yeah, just the last thing.
so the daily users are going to earn those tokens and they're going to want to dump them. So how would you link that up to an NFT at all? Can they give you just a set token and then they go towards earning that one token and then they can hand that token in for an NFT?
I don't have a ready answer for that now, but you know, I would like to, because it's a new design space, right? We're kind of brainstorming on spot, but I wanted to, you know, reach out and have a brainstorming session, discussion about this, because I think what we are doing is, you know, part of that puzzle, and we just have to figure out the other unknown pieces.
Absolutely. I think there'll be many, many games out there that are going to want to talk to you later on and see if it can be built out.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing it up, because, you know, these discussions, these questions, although I might not have an answer to all of them, kind of sparkles, you know, the brain cells to, you know, get the answers, because there is a demand for that, right? There's like a huge marketplace out there for that. And, you know, what we are building seems to fit like 60–70% of the use case. We just have to figure out the rest of it. I think, you know, everyone who asks these tough questions that I don't have an answer to should get 2 t-shirts and 2 stickers.
And like a potential application here is like from a trading point of view, you can build, I mean, here you can have a fixed cash flow. So you can combine that with a floating cash flow. I don't know, like the one one can get on Mango markets, and you can build interest rate derivatives. Mm-hmm. So that's something cool.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't have...
It's not a question.
Yeah, but yeah. Nice. It's a brainstorming session. Nice. Keep them coming. Come on.
Just from the curiosity, so you said that the tokens are landing straight to the wallets of the people that you're creating a Streamflow to. So who has the authority over the tokens that I am depositing to protocol?
Tokens are deposited to the intermediary escrow account. So we don't request authority over the token account. Tokens are deposited upfront to the intermediary escrow account, and then we have an instruction which is permissionless, you know, like settle. We actually call it withdraw. And anyone can invoke it, but, you know, the smart contract, the program has all the logic inside to kind of see is the right time to, you know, unlock and how much can be settled. So
that will be good. Thanks.
Thanks.
When Dreamflow?
Does the user need to initiate the unlock of the tokens? So you set a stream towards a wallet, does that wallet, that user behind the wallet, does he need to go click accept?
No.
Or it starts streaming immediately?
No. They don't have to do. I mean, the idea and the problem that we were seeing is investors, they have, you know, a lot of different projects, across a lot of different chains. They don't know. They have a lot of SAFs. They don't know when the TG was. They have to ping people, hey, when you know, are my tokens coming, etc., etc. So we want to make it super easy for the recipient, for the beneficiary, just not to think about it, right? So even if it's a new token and you don't have your associated token account, it is created for you and just delivered straight to your wallet. I mean, at the end of the day, you don't have to know anything about Streamflow. It's an underlying, you know, platform like a Rails that just does its job and delivers to your wallet. That's it.
So there is no claim button for the
No,
end user?
I mean, there is.
Oh.
There is, if you wanna, you know.
But if I don't want to, I can have just the balance on my Phantom wallet go up.
Exactly.
And not knowing, hey, where is this coming
Exactly.
from? And then I have to go to
That's the thing,
SolScan
yeah.
and
It's
understand
like, you know,
that this is coming
yeah.
from your contract. That's really awesome.
It's like, you know, there are payment providers that you don't know about. I mean, do you know about Braintree? You know, maybe you do, but a lot of people don't, and they just do their job behind the hood and, you know, settle the transactions. That's what we want to accomplish. Yeah.
That's
it's
really important.
It's an optional thing, right? I mean, whoever creates those contracts can choose that option or not, but we kind of prefer it, and, you know, yeah, we suggest that it can be used because it's a powerful tool, as I believe you agree.
I totally agree. Love it.
And we thought it's a normal thing, right? We thought it's like, that's how it should be. That's it? Only 40 questions?
If the Streamflow doesn't stop, who's paying for the fees of the transaction?
Whoever creates the stream is paying upfront for the transaction fees. But it's on Solana, and it's like 5,000 Lamports, right? And if you, if the scheduled transfer are every day, it's like negligible, you know, even for 2 years or so, it's negligible fees. Because you only pay for transaction fee, you know, for this to happen. It's a bit, you know?
Yeah, but if it's endless, you know, like, if it doesn't stop, if it's running...
It has to, I mean, if you have endless money, the transaction fees are not a problem. The stream is running as long as, you know, there is enough funds on the escrow account to support, you know, its length. You know, once there are no funds, the stream is stopped. That's it. It dries out, sort of.
For my 10th shirt.
Like my mouth. Can I get a glass of water?
Stream it. So one thing that's also interesting is, do you have the ability to, you started the stream, it's coming to your wallet, can you transfer that stream to another wallet?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that's first way of making those tradable, you know, and changing the ownership.
Going back to my initial question, why do you think we see in the general space, even on other chains, this claim button existing always? Why aren't all streams just streaming directly to your wallet? Even from the Olympus DAO iterations in any chain, you always had this awesome dynamic increase of your balance, but you always had the claim button. Why has the industry gone that direction? Is there some danger that I don't think about?
No, I think it could be as simple as people are used, you know, it's created that way, and they're just, you know, go with the flow and kind of not see, you know, from a different perspective and kind of make a better design. Yeah, I'm glad that we were, you know, started in this direction. But the other day I also heard an interesting reason why that might be, you know. One of the reasons is this project actually doesn't want, it's like another anti-dump mechanism, right? He wants to add, they want to add this extra step, so their investors kind of have to go and claim, you know.
Indeed, indeed. Most people are going to forget or
Yeah.
not going to do it in
So
the streamed
So they just want to, you know, their investors to go and claim whatever is available for them and add that extra step. So, you know, and we are kind of agnostic. We provide options, customizations, and, you know, people can choose whatever they want to.
Thank you.
For the payment time, in the event of a network slowdown or stoppage, is that time based on the amount of real life days that pass, or would it be related to the amount of blocks that are passing in terms of how I'm actually getting payment?
So if I understood your question correctly, please correct me if I'm wrong. So the underlying network, in this case Solana, is having some congestion issues, right? And you're not getting, it's either, there's a time drift, right? That Solana time is behind the real world time, and you don't get your payment on time, right? We have what we believe is a robust mechanism to get, you know, that unlock and settlement as soon as Solana allows it. So we have, you know, a number of retries for each unlock. If it fails, we try, right? And that's the best, you know, we can do. It's that's the infra that we're relying upon, and, you know, without bullshitting, what can we do?
Yeah, I was just curious on if, for example, May 26th, you know, Solana is down for 24 hours. We need a network restart, for example, if that happens.
Yeah, so
yeah, would we just essentially front run that day of downtime in terms of, you know, the streaming payments, because we can see that it would be the 27th, or what would be kind of your mechanism for that?
We keep retrying, yeah, until the network allows it. And if the network allows it after a day, then whatever is the maximum that has been unlocked in that time frame gets settled and withdrawn. It's always the maximum, you know, what's available for a withdrawal.
Perfect. So even if there's a network issue, you still get paid. You just have to wait.
We don't have a lag of, you know, 2 days or so.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. I really love this. It was a short presentation and very long Q&A, and it should be like that.
Thank you so much.
I'm here for all the other questions if you're shy.
Also, thanks for the beers. The beers are sponsored by Streamflow that are going to be served outside.
I didn't know that, but yeah, thanks for the beers.
It's on the screen as well. Thanks a lot.
you.